34. Cealc, mortar, anchored. Chalky seams of ancient marine creatures transported over eons as immovable memories of moments that are no more. Extraneous yet present, evidencing times gone, lives past, moments fallen. Here and now, dig out the decrepit blocks, dislodge the bricks that should have been displaced long ago. Recalibrate the calcium carbonate, cleave and cleft to recast and recreate. Celebrate life unconstructed, unanchored. Hi Karen, that's us. Hi. So this is our second week live in a row, not in this channel. We were live on Zanoni Snowflake last week for the people watching the replay back, we learnt that now the video quality of us speaking now isn't very good, but the card spread is when we watch the other video back. So that's apparently because StreamYard works better through a direct connection to the router with an Ethernet cable, which we attempted to use, but we didn't have an Ethernet slot on our laptops. We've purchased an adapter for that today. Had we been planned, which is something we're practicing to get ourselves to, we would have been organised with that and discovered that in the week gone. So hopefully next week's will be better. We've learned things like the banners and everything. We attended a live thing last night. So yeah, there's a few new things here. So anyway, the nerves. We're not sure we've been a bit complex again, like we always are. So we're not sure exactly what's going to come out, but we do have hopefully our bottle of bubbly that's going to make a pop. So we might just put it back to the other camera or put it on 2 screens. I think it's that, like this, and then swap it around. There we go. Hopefully it'll make a pop. Yeah, it did. A little one. So thank you, beautiful elder tree, for your elderflowers. Elderflowers are really good apparently for inflammation and lots of things. So it's so lovely to know that we can receive lots of healthy benefits from what one might consider cheeky and naughty elderflower champagne. Let's do this again. So cheers. Ding. So for us, what's important is the energy exchange, putting our energy out there and then receiving our energy back for the healing. It's fermented, so that's beautiful for the live bacteria in the gut biome, and it's seasonal as well, so it's helping us align to the seasons. So today we're on Journey of Involution to Co-Consciousness, Joy to Coco. And there's been so much going on in our head between us all, so it'll be interesting to see what actually flows out. We're going to do all 13 signs again, so 12 commonly known signs, and Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus for us, though, we don't see as a separate sign. We see Ophiuchus as a we're just putting the comments on to see if there's anyone going to be commenting. There we go. We see Ophiuchus as a sign that kind of connects, brings the wholeness, puts the circle around all of the others, incorporates all the other signs. We all have all the signs in our chart, and we use all the signs for our healing and our body and understanding our body more. So Ophiuchus is the serpent bearer. So kind of like Aquarius is the water bearer, but actually an air sign. Ophiuchus is the serpent bearer. And for us, the serpent is the Kundalini energy rising. Now, Joy to Coco, Journey of Involution to Co-Consciousness, is evolution inwards. The journey of self-awareness, self-discovery, and involution is the Sanskrit word for this. For us, we love involution because it kind of shortens down to our abstract way of thinking, to involve. And we're really passionate about involving everyone externally of us, but also involving and including everyone inside of us. It's not about suppressing or dismissing any personalities or emotions. It's about making friends with us all, them all, and attempting to understand, even if it's understanding that we can't understand, at least from a conscious mind, prefrontal lobal cortex mind of understanding. It's an intuitive understanding, a heart understanding, and we're still strengthening our words and communication to really be able to explain what's been going on for us over this last kind of decade, but 7 years since we had seizures, and all the chaos that was within exploded outwards. which kind of then made us implode into introversion more, because of the scenarios and what was happening. I mean, for us, we felt so much better because we weren't holding it inside anymore, even though we'd spent, since we were 18, over 2 decades attempting to get to know ourselves. We couldn't. It wouldn't present itself, understandably so, because of our mental health issues, because suicide seemed to be our end destination for a lot of us, but we didn't know there's a lot of us then, and our conscious mind wouldn't have been able to handle what was going to be presented to us, I suppose, what for people to understand on our awakening journey. So yeah, this is Joy to Coco. Last week was the Noni Snowflake. So Noni Snowflake incorporates all the other 3 channels. It's the and the other 3 channels are Joy to Coco, which we've got the list here, which has been presented. But today or yesterday, okay, the last 2 or 3 days, the ones of us sensory systems related to colour have been out, and from the organisation, we might do an invitation to this vein that's loose. Tito Pomo Momo. Okay, so Noni Snowflake email. Yeah. Okay. Invite. And then we can show you what we're actually looking at. And this is really good for us because it's bringing in lots of us at once. It's connecting all our sensory systems. It's getting us to multitask. Burping and releasing. So we've just sent ourselves an invitation. And we should be able to 1717 double star. We are quadruple star. We are, aren't we? Oh my word. Just like we're reading this at the moment, Stephen King. We're almost finished. And seeing as we're talking about the journey of involution to co-consciousness, if you go on our homepage, there's a little video which is the 5 Tibetans, but we spent ages after the psych ward, like March, April, May time, looking for an about video because we couldn't create one. And turns out one of us had created it in the psych ward anyway. And in that it says about unconditionally loving ourselves, and apologizing for any of our actions that cause pain on anyone from our dissociated parts of our psyche. And it's connected to, I suppose, like 3 years previous when we wrote the poem, which was, I suppose, speaking out loud, not holding the shame in and the privateness in, and being realistic that between us all, there is the bulimic one, there is the anorexic one, there is the food addiction, there has been the drug recreational use, and the self-sabotages and all of it. But then there's the traveler, the cyclist, the snowboarder, the van converter, the humanitarian aid worker, all that we've done our whole life. And one of them said about, and how we were like a monkey and eagle and all this other stuff, and then how we're light, we're sound, and we're energy. Yeah, you guys love talking about the atoms and stuff, don't you? And we said about how we're Stephen King. Now, actually, we meant Stephen Hawking, because at the time after the seizures happened, there would be our point of balance in the heart. We were figuring it out from one of our minds. And I think this is because of our early childhood traumas and the dissociation from the body. We used to go into the paralysis state, the freeze state of the fight, flight, freeze, the freeze response. And so the body goes into paralysis, but there's still these personalities going on. And we're pointing up here because it's kind of in the head. It's, Tito Momomo. We've got these heads on. We don't need these headphones on anymore. We can take them out and put them in there so it stops any feedback. Although for some reason there isn't any feedback, but let's not speak too soon. This is great. We're doing incredible. And that feels and sounds. Tito Momo. Yeah, it doesn't have a socket in there, does it? Because the Samsung. But we've got this one at hand, just pretty close. There we go. And then you put that into the charger. So we'll come back to that. That was Stephen King. We're just going to show you what was going on. That's not the astro sign cards. We're not going to give this camera a name. We'll just enter the studio. Oh, you need to enter your name. Tito Momo. Oh, I don't know. Let's just put let's just put a few hearts. There we go. So that's there. So which way round? So here we go. So we're adding this to the stream. We'll put this on full view. Or we can do both. That's not the one we wanted. Didn't look like that. There we go. And then we'll do that. So over on our whiteboards, the headphones came out. That's a loose connection, isn't it? If you can see the whiteboards there, the pens have been separated. So all the whiteboards have been cleared. The pens have been separated. The green and orange is the Noni Snowflakes channel. The indigo and the pink for the deeper heart, is this channel, Joy to Coco. Tito Pomo. Yeah, we should have put indigo hearts on there, shouldn't we? Yeah. Sorry. Next time, yeah. Yeah. Okay, come on, brain. Red and yellow ShintoSEYE, and the blue and purples or violets are the other one, ShintoSE. We've done all our boards actually lately. You've seen them up there. They've all been kind of changed, and we've only got one left to read on the Tao of Tarot, which is the world. But we'll put that there, take you off. There we go. And put that back. Oh, Tito Momo, are you okay? Sorry, we wanted to show you that one quickly, didn't you? Okay. Hi, you're welcome. So down here is where we've been planning the different names. That's been for a while now. And so this is Lucid Liffruma Magick. And then we've got the other names coming up there. Now, these were 8 of Cups and 8 of Wands, was the top and bottom of the spectrum of energies of the cards delivered for our 52-week chakra journey, which is about journeying inwards to self-discovery. And the Hanged Man and 10 of Wands were what we were 10 of Wands we were given, and Hangman we were chosen. We're not going to go into this ball in too much depth, but the Hangman is Neptune. Tai! Yeah, right, well done. Neptune is going retrograde today. Now up here on the top of the pack, the 6 of Wands, and these are related to the chakras. So that's indigo again, and the Magician was the first and second top of the pack, the conscious spectrum, we're seeing on spectrum of energies. And then the bottom, the first one was the Star, and the second one was the 3 of Pentacles. Now we've got all the different, what these belong to, like Capricorn, Aries, like for instance, the 3 of Wands is the Sun in Aries, and the 3 of Coins is Mars in Capricorn. So we were given the Hermit, the 3 of Wands and the Devil, and we chose the 8 of Swords and the Hermit. So this one here is because this is the summer solstice energies, the top line. So bear with us. So yeah, we're on the summer solstice energies now, and the alignment and the synchronicities that's going on between all of this is just it's kind of just blows some of our minds constantly. This is the camera setup. We've done it higher, but it kind of maybe looks like a microphone, we thought, when people have their microphones in front of them. And the synchronicities between, so this is the chakra cards that go with our 52-week chakra journey, and then we've got the cards that were pulled for the whole year of the solstice energy. So there's the season cards pulled, the monthly card, and then the weekly cards, and it's Goddess Power and Enchanted Map for the season, which is tarot for the month, and then a smaller pocket size Enchanted Map and Everyday Witch, although we're on Everyday Witch still, but that does change throughout. So, and this week, for this season, summer solstice, starting on the 21st, we had number 2, the goddess Aphrodite, romantic love, and 52, the magical map shifter. And this week, we are on the smaller version of the magical map shifter. and the Five of Cups. So all of that is really symbolic, but I think we're going to go into it in another video, and we're attempting to kind of focus now. So oh, that's not the list. And so what the other ones have been writing down here has been attempting to put words, which I think we've done in different videos again. You want to show that as well, don't you? We'll do that in a minute. We'll finish what we're just talking about. So you can't really see. So we've got Shintos up here and been putting words to it. So Shinto self-empowerment is like the past. It's the objective. So this is so far where we're at with our awareness. It's the yang, masculine and energies. It's empowering oneself. It's just empowerment rather than power, because power can turn into greed and potentially have negative connotations. So we don't really like the word power. It doesn't. And when we had our seizures with our autism, certain words really kind of trigger our body. So the more we can use words that allow our body to feel calm and balanced, the better for us, because it's really challenging to regulate our autonomic nervous system anyway with the autism. It says, well, it's not happening, but one of us was like, that's oracle cards, this channel's tarot cards, ShintoSEYE is better, both of them together, but that's too confusing. So I think it's more of the theme of the energies, and it's informal. So ShintoSEYE is the present. It's the, oh, so we go to this channel first. Joy to Coco is the future. And this is all talking minute about brain wavelengths. And that's why we were pointing up here to the head for the out body ones of us. Okay, you remind us of that, yeah? Yeah, thank you. So Joy to Coco is the future, the subjective, the yin, the feminine, the internal, the astrological, and the intimate we've got down here. So you've got the informal, formal and intimate, I guess, and that can be an intimate with friends or family, or in a romantic sort of way. Okay, you really okay, we're gonna have to undo it because it's gonna get too much. So next month, oh no, it's autumn, so after the summer solstice is over, the autumn equinox, the monthly cards for the autumn equinox are the Knight of Cups, the Two of Cups, and the Lovers. And it's just like, oh my God, it's just insane. So the marriage and the union and the harmony within the body between the left and right vagus nerve is just like, because already so much of this has all kind of just come true. Like in last season, we had a card saying unexpected visitors, and some of us were just getting really like, rah! And that's when we didn't know that we'd been approved for solar panels, but we didn't even get told we'd got approved by solar panels. I think it's probably our landlord's fault, not to pass any blame, but just miscommunication hadn't been passed on. And we just all of a sudden started having people knocking at our door, all these random men knocking at our door, like electricians, roofers, scaffolding people. And it was like loads of unexpected visitors. So yeah, it was pretty funny. So then we go on to ShintoSEYE, which is the present, the objective and the subjective together. So the objective for us is like it's being objective, it's the external, whereas the subjective is the internal. And if everything is an illusion, and what we see is an illusion, then it's a projection of our internal reality, which we talk about. Then the globe and the world that we live in is a collective of everyone's individual projections, and it all alchemized and amalgamated together. And so it's a collective of the it's a collective of the objective being a projection of the subjective. It's the moon, structured living by the moon, and it's formal. And Sononi Safe Lake is what brings all three channels together. It's not the past, it's not the future, it's not the present individually, it's all of them together, learning to dance with the past, present and future, and in the moment, being able to be present, but being able to think ahead in the future if needed, or reflect on the past. Because what we understand from manifestation is that our present moment actions create our future. And it really put us into a deep spell of darkness, being like, oh, how the effing hell are we going to create a future when all our present moment actions seem to be defined from our CPTSD and our past and what's coming up? And so it's been quite a journey navigating the terrain, mapping the terrain of these new states of awareness, which Mutable, which we haven't got words for by the looks of it. And so it's the, oh God. So we talked about the subjective and the objective. It's the subjective in the objective, and it's the objective in the subjective, and all of the permutations and the layers of. It's the yin and the yang and the yin. So if you've got the yin yang symbol, and you've got the white and the black, and you've got the black eye in the white, and you've got the white eye in the black, it is the white eye in the black, the yang, because the yang's the white, the day, the masculine in the black, the yin in the yang, the black in the tomomo, and its wholeness. So that's what's been written down. So that's good. It's great that we've got stuff written down in words and not just us blurting out on videos and here and watching the videos back, but not seeming to be able to take notes and do it in the academic, familiar, structured way that we're used to doing, because we've been brought up in society like everyone else, and it's been our masculine, logical, mathematical, scientific brain, left brain, that's been developed, and so it's literally starting again on so many levels, and not just in the brain and the body, but you know, we lost the love of our life, our cat Takoda, we lost our home, our van, our creation, we lost our job, our career, we lost our physical health. We'd always managed our mental health through our physical health and our diet. Like, we literally lost everything, and so it really was a dance and a journey to get to where we are now, which honestly we wouldn't have got to where we are now if it hadn't have been for what happened in the bath a few days before the psych ward to get us put into the psych ward, even though mostly what was going on was physical health and not being able to swallow and eat, and we were losing weight. But because of our beautiful many minds, and because of our many, many life experiences, traveling the world and all the different things that we've done, and because hospital was one of the main triggers for us in loads of different ways, none of that was work. It was too triggersome, and we would dissociate and have blackouts, and we just couldn't ask for help, and we didn't love ourselves, and we were falling apart. But then the mental health hospital, a psych ward, had been an experience we hadn't had. And like Jill Bolt Taylor says on her Stroke of Insight, wow, she was just amazed and honoured that she could, being a neurologist, I think that's her title, rather than just the objectives coming in, rather than just being an outsider, learning about others that are having the experience and being objective about someone else's subjective experience. She got to have a subjective experience and have a stroke, and get taken from the academic left brain into the creative abstract right brain. And the Stroke of Insight is an amazing TED talk, which if you want, you really suggest to watch. And it's where one moment where she's in a shower and she can't decipher or discern her arm from the wall. It's all just atoms. There's no boundaries that are going on. And so that gets us into why we talk about up here for the alternate personalities that don't have access to the body. And because it's to do with atoms and wavelengths, it's to do with the particle and the wavelength, it's to do with the atomic realm, the seeing, the physical, the tangible experience through our 5 physical senses, why the soul energetics chooses to incarnate into physical form, to experience life through the 5 physical senses, to enjoy pleasure, to navigate pain, and to find that balance between the oscillation of. And not to get caught up like the given energies of the devil, number 15, in excess of the sensual pleasures, the pleasures through the senses, which is then an addictive quality. But for us, it's irrelevant of what the substance is, whether it's sex, food, drugs, TV, social media. It doesn't matter what the thing is. It's the root cause of what's creating that addiction, what's creating that out of balance, what's creating that that out of balance harmony of the gentle ebb and flow in alignment with nature and the seasons and our own internal rhythms and cycles. So for us, the future is the unseen energetics. It's the faster vibration. It's the wavelength. The past is the seen energetics. It's the atomic world. It's our memory. It's our past. It's everything that's happened in our life. And all that data and information and memory is stored in our connective tissue, our fascia, the matrix of our body. And the matrix of our body, from the wavelength, the unseen energetics, dances with everyone else's, but not just as people, just consciousness. So for us, consciousness is God. And you have every individual expression of consciousness, be it rock, human, metal, river, tree, book, table, car. And so for us, the alternate personalities, this is the host body, and the alternate personalities are our body speaking to us, because our body got fragmented, it got separated. And because we didn't grow up where all these labels and syndromes and disorders were given to us, the first label we got was when we were 19, our processing language disorder, rare dyslexia. And then we got another 5 or 6 after the seizures. So, I mean, it's hard enough getting one diagnosis, let alone 5 or 6, let alone where you feel like you're losing your mind, you've lost your job, you've lost a home, you've lost the love of your life, blah, blah, blah. So, but this is our gift, because when we garden and when we prune plants, we are traumatizing the plants, but it's the pruning of the plants that creates the growth. But it's about not having too much trauma, but it's the trauma that evolves and involves to have the subjective and the objective, to have the external and the internal, so that consciousness can grow and evolve. And everyone's individual expression of consciousness we see as being the individual expressions of the consciousness of each bacteria that make up the bacterial community, that make up each cell, that make up the cellular community, that make up the parts of the body, that make up the systems of the body, that make up the body, these most amazing quantum bioorganic computers that houses our consciousness. So these channels, although I suppose it's the domesticated ones of us, the conditioned, so that's the faster wavelengths, the above the heart, so blue, indigo, violet, and then the past, the slower vibrations below the heart. Oh, so a lot's coming out again. But this is us on our healing journey, putting us all together, growing us up with the aspects of us that didn't get grown up to start with. So the youngest ones of us are our organs. So the present, what's the present? It's the heart. The present is the heart, and we have our green chakra heart. We have, which we call the outer heart. We have our deeper heart, which is our pink, our inner children, our different aspects of, but it's not just the inner, it's the inner children, but inner child, children, kids. But taking out that terminology, we never used to like that terminology to start with. It's just it's the aces. It's the aces in the tarot. It's the complete beginner energy of not having ever done something before and then starting something. Whereas for us, the pages are a beginner energy, but the pages aren't a baby Christ consciousness dependent beginner energy where you need to depend on someone else as a baby. You need to depend on a book or a course or physical experience after experience after experience to gain the knowledge, so that you aren't the baby beginner anymore. Whereas the pages are the beginner energies of identity. Where you hit puberty, hormones start changing, and it's about exploring what identity best. See, Tomo, we're struggling with this one. I suppose we're struggling with this one because we're stepping into page energies. Whew. And so the emotions hit, and we don't like the word truth, but that means our truths hit. That's our way of understanding our truths hit. Tato Momo! And we're just experiencing a deep ache in our under forearm, which, although it hurts, is beautiful, because our forearms and our calves relate to our colon. And our colon is one of the main parts of us that absorbs the liquids of our body, sorts the liquids from the solids. Oh, everything's shifting a bit now. You have to bear with us. Colour and sight's changing, so we're having a yeah, we're having a shift, aren't we? And we just had a click in our left wrist, and we've got this vibrating going on in our left sit bone, the top of our hamstring. We were good. We remembered our ankle supports. So it's our left sacrum that was twisted in all three planes, and our protruding discs on our lower back. And it's the sacrum related to the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra is related to your emotions. The orange chakra is related to the fluids in the body, the water energies, the cups. And your intestines, large and small, the colon and the small intestines, is about the processing in the body. And that's where the bacteria, well, it's not all the bacteria, you have your gut biome, but there's your skin biome, there's your nose biome. There's actually a biome in every orifice of the body. So for us, that means there must be an ear biome, and there must be some kind of biome going on in every hair follicle, which would make sense because we did just say there's a skin biome and your hairs go into your skin. So it's really interesting when we talk about that, because then there's one of us going, well, that's obvious. And it's like, well, it wasn't obvious to the one of us just saying. So that's us joining us and connecting us. And this is happening live. Because the energies are different when we're live, but we're not going to get into that one now. So the heart is the present. But then there's the bringing it all together. And with the so you've got your heart, your inner heart, your deeper heart, and you've got your higher heart, teal, which titomomo tatapo thymus tap. Really, really beneficial if one finds it hard to sleep, to do a thymus tap like this. About half an hour before bed, to help regulate the cycles in the body, the circadian rhythms. I think that's the hypothalamus or the thymus. Well, you got the thymus tap, so maybe it's the thymus that sends a signal that regulates the hormones, that sends it up to the pituitary gland, and it's your pineal that comes into from the third eye for light refraction. So what wants to come out now is about how people say their higher selves or their spirit guides, or entities external of them. And for us, that just doesn't resonate, because for us, everything external of us is actually a projection of our internal. But we can understand why people feel they're channeling things external of them, because of the collective belief system, because otherwise it would be, well, you're a bit crazy. And so that's where the channeling for us has come from, of external entities, is because there's a belief system that you're crazy if it's you just having multiple experiences or different experiences. And it's also because everyone's a channel. We are tubular bodies, and we are channeling energy all the time. And be it whether it's a conscious awareness or a subconscious awareness, where we choose to tap into a certain energy, like the Pleiadians, like Jesus Christ, like Mary Magdalene, like Jupiter, you get like, yeah, you get our drift. But actually all of that is just a filter through our own physical lenses of what it's like to be in that experience, to be in those energetics. And everyone's psychic, everyone can experience the future in these faster wavelengths. But whether we can experience and process and navigate and communicate what we're picking up from future energetics, which is never set in stone yet, void of course, because it's the amalgamation, the alchemization of the collective of humanity. But there are some almost set anchor points where you bring in your energies like Uranus and Neptune and Jupiter now, because they're external planets that move slower, so they affect collective generations. But if you go into your asteroids, they move even slower and fixed stars, and they are major anchor points for much larger generations rather than just like 10, 20, 30, 40 years of generation. Mind you, Pluto is a 248-year cycle, which one of us just wanted to get that out, that we remembered it, because it's the 248, 16, 32, 64, 128 mathematical rule formula, and maths and sacred geometry is really important throughout this. And 32 is coming up a lot at the moment. And we're in the shorthand year, because 2023, 3 is the micro, 23 is the shorthand, the small picture, 023 is the big picture, and 2023 is the macro picture. So it's 7-5-5-3 on the numbers to bring the yearly energies together, depending which perspective one's looking at it from. So this is talking about anchor points. Now we're just going to put this on again now, because it was on at the start, and this is number 34 of the Liffruma cards. Where is it? It's in brand. Oh yeah, we go up, don't we? So we managed to upload a video and everything onto this. So it's one of our shorts on one of our other channels. I think it's ShintoSEYE, I'm not sure. And it's the anchor. So a lot of people, we notice, are opposite to us, and they want to experience outer body experiences, want to have outer body experiences. But for us, it's about bringing these higher vibrational, faster energies into the body and grounding them into the body. But there's a time where we want to be anchored, and there's a time when we can be too anchored, too grounded. So when we're dancing on the journey of involution, going into the depth of the void within, or the void within each chakra, because each chakra is Sanskrit for a spinning wheel of energy. We don't really like that, because a wheel to us is kind of 2D, and it's more of a ball, it's more of a globe, a sphere. So it's a spinning vortex of energy. And this, the Atito Momo, that's where you want to show this, the graph, the center of the axes of the ball is the zero gravity. It's the vacuum equilibrium. And so if we put this back on quickly, so we actually finally were able to draw this. So I don't know if you can really see that. So you've got the top to bottom. Now, on an axis, it will get numbered, and you'd have your positive and negative, your positive and your negative, your positive and your negative, and your positive and negative. So normally you just kind of have your X and Y for a graph. But for us, the titles of your X line and your Y line are actually the numbers addition. And thank you for using that, because normally we get confused. So it's addition, subtraction, expansion, which is expansion. So addition is expansion, contraction is subtraction, minus. Did we say add? Add, addition is expansion. And then you've got multiplication and division, which is infinite contraction and infinite expansion. Some with boundaries, some with not, without. It depends if it's a whole number. And we just learned today, actually, so 17 is the number of the star card. 17 is actually number 5 as well, if you go by a 24-hour code for the 12-hour code on the clock system of time. Time's come up today. This is why this has come in, because of the angel of time. And so 17 on addition is 8. So you'd have like 8 up here. We're not going to put that onto this. On subtraction, it's 6. On multiplication, it's 7. So you've actually got your 6, your 7, and 8. You've got your linear stepping stones of the actual linear scene world, which is great, because what we're talking about now is the quantum realm, which isn't linear, and a lot of people just think it's chaotic and random, but there is actually order within that chaos, and that's where you get into the Tesla code, for us anyway, the 3, the 6, the 9. It's the 3, the 6, the 9 that brings the order within the chaos, and the 6 is the bridge from the ordered chaos in unseen realms into the seen realms. But it doesn't just go in one bridge, it goes in 2 bridges. You've got the 6 to the 8, and you've got the 6 to the 2. So your 1, your 2, your 4, your 5, your 7, your 8 are the linear seen dimension numbers on numerology. And we've been learning our words better through numbers, and we're talking about these bridges because the Liffruma deck is what's bridging our realities. It's what is bridging our time dimensions. It's what's bridging our past, our future, our present all together. And when we did the box opening on Zanoni Snowflake, we were opening Pandora's box for the second time, and we're so ever so grateful to Cathy for allowing us to open Pandora's box the first time with the most beautiful heart-filled gift, with all the paper and the beautiful bag. And there was a lot of guilt and upsetness, because we knew that there's meant to maybe be us promoting the deck, which actually we figured out how to do banners, so we're going to put that on the bottom. But we weren't able to do that at the time. But when we opened the and we got the first-hand experience of opening the box, Pandora's box, but it wasn't our choice. It was someone else giving us a gift. It was an objective Pandora's box. And so then when we purchased the deck ourselves, it was a subjective choice of opening Pandora's box and embarking on this journey, which quite honestly is terrifying at times. Mostly because after every live, when we do one of these, we regress really young, and we go through the now familiar pattern of more of the unknown, and then we get more wonderful practice and first-hand experience of navigating the self-sabotaging thoughts of the house becoming a mess, and or everything that goes with that, and then the garden and balancing it all. But we're never going to get to where we want to be and who we want to be if we don't have these first-hand experiences, these first-hand tangible experiences. And so, and to pay it forward, when we did our subjective choice of opening Pandora's box and buying our own pack of Liffruma, we bought 2 so that we could then pass one on to another tarot reader who loves supporting independent creators, who will hopefully promote the deck. But there isn't that intention there with that. It's up to her what she does with it, but she uses runes a lot and loves her runes. So we're hoping she's going to love the deck. And she dances with the moon a lot as well. And we do watch her quite a bit, not heaps, but we also have some of her books. So her pack was here when we did the box opening last Friday, and we're going to do this every Friday for each channel, to connect them all. So we'll end up going back to Zanoni Snowflake in the end, after bridging all these time dimensions of past, future, and present. Excuse us. We thought, whoa. And so this is us dancing with the Healing Liffruma Oracle deck. So then you've got your multiplication and your division on the other axes, and they're the titles of the axes. Now, this is important for us because this is like a 2D image of the axes, of the ball, of the sphere, of the spinning vortex of energy, which happens at each chakra. But when we gain the conscious awareness and the subconscious awareness through, so yoga's like psychotherapy, but it's not just regurgitation through the mental body, which didn't work for us because our mental bodies were separate from the physical body. Yoga is tapping into the involuntary muscles of the body and bringing them to the surface awareness of the conscious, so that we can actually then control our involuntary muscles, and the involuntary muscles become voluntary. So we're talking about central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, the limbs of action. And then you're getting into the parasympathetic, which is when your stomach starts doing the gurgling noises, and your parasympathetic nervous system's kicked in, your rest and digest vagus nerve, and your fight or flight or fight, flight, freeze mechanism, which is the sympathetic nervous system. If we've got this all right, always do your own research. We're attempting to bring our decades of experience and knowledge back out again. But I mean, we've went from doing bookkeeping and accountancy to then not even being able to add up on our fingers. So, you know, when we get things back to front and upside down, it can get confusing because we don't always know which ones we're in either. So we are dancing with abstract logic more now than how before we used to dance with logical logic, where 3 is half of 6, now 3 is half of 8. And so when we get into the alignment and synchronization of our chakras, the Kundalini rising. Oh, that's why we've gone on this journey roundabouts and upside down. Kundalini rising, the Kundalini energies, the snake, the serpent, the Pingala and the Ida, I think, the masculine and the feminine, going out and crossing over. I can't remember if the crossovers each chakra point or not. In your Chinese medicine, you've got the Dantian, and you've got the lower Dantian and the upper Dantian. And so it's all the different kind of philosophies, but they're not philosophies. Yoga is a science, a philosophy, an art. It's a way of living, and that would be Ayurvedic, probably, that would go with that. Yoga has 8 limbs of yoga, and it's only the third limb, which is actually your postures, your asanas, your exercise, which is most common in the Western world. So it's about this integration and harmonization of the Western mind and the Eastern body, which is along with everything else that's kind of shifting currently in the globe, in the energies, we're losing our words, is where the Eastern world is kind of becoming more Western, and the Western world is becoming more spiritual and Eastern. The internal subjective is becoming more objective. And for us, we're passionate about this because we believe that the current governmental systems, are based on an objective extrovert voice, and actually the people the systems need to be based on are the introverts that don't really speak out for many reasons, because there would be inclusion of everyone then. So when you've got your graph and you've got the statistics and you've got your kind of average norm, it's actually your outcasts, your anomalies, or your anomalies of your anomalies, you're rare of rare. So we heard once that empaths were like 20% of the population. We feel that we're actually the empath of the empath. We're like the 20% of the 20%. We're like the 2% of the population because of our collection of stuff that's going on. And when we can include the outcasts on the statistics of the graph, then we're including everyone. And when we create systems for those people, then we're involving everyone. And for us, that's what the new world's about. It's about compassion. It's about non-judgment. It's about inclusion. It's about involvement. It's not about attempting to be PC correct and include everyone through labeling people and separating and fragmenting more stuff, because the more that happens in society, and if you look at the mental health book, it's just getting bigger and bigger on your disorders and everything, but the more that happens out there, the more that's going to happen in here. And it's hurting us, not us, but it's hurting the sensitive people. More importantly, it's hurting our future generations. It's hurting the children. They're living in these faster times that are going on. And so it is our responsibility to not just look after, because there's a difference to looking after and a difference to nurturing, but to nurture Mother Earth, to nurture the way our world is changing, both through the humankind systems and the seen tangible of society and the internal energetics. So for us, it's been more important about taking the longer path. We can't change people, but we can change the energetics that people are reacting to, and that's through the collective unconscious that Jungian talks about. Because it's just crazy. People are chopping down trees, and trees are what enable us as humans to breathe. But it's not crazy. It makes complete sense, because Tito Momo, yeah, it's a bathroom. It's okay. I think our skylight's open in the bathroom. It's starting to rain, but that's fine. We need the pressure builds up a lot, so it's actually good to have that open with the pressure. It's not crazy because it's about awareness. And when we start on this journey, it's challenging. Not very many people are even aware in their conscious mind, let alone starting to be aware of their subconscious habitual patterning. And when we do start getting aware, it starts getting overwhelming and daunting, because we feel like we've learned so much more and we've grown so much from who we used to be, but then only to discover, but there's a vast amount of awareness out there. The Toltecs, in Southern America, they actually call God awareness. Some people call God love, or consciousness is what we get from our Sanskrit and our yoga stuff. And so people just don't have the awareness there, because on a whole, we're living in an emotionally immature society. And you have emotional intelligence. What's that? That's like pseudoscience to a lot of people. But now there's more of this awareness coming out. The self-development is actually starting to touch in the mainstream, which is fabulous. But then from our perspective, at the same time, it's not fabulous, because it's not known that there's a certain level of care and respect and attention needed in this area. Because, for instance, when one does energy work, you could actually kill someone doing energy work. You could take their pulse rate down so low, ask them if they're okay. They'll say, yeah, I'm great. And then they'll be dead, because that's how strong the energetic world is. And that's the importance of less is more. But when one's coming from the experience of the tangible world and the scene and the macro, I mean, we're humans, we're greedy, we want the biggest thing, we want to reach higher levels, and yet we decided to research the smallest part of the atom, being the scene, the tangible, which is like 0.0001% of the atom, because it's what we experience. But what we see and what we experience and what's tangible through our 5 physical senses is actually, it's the red wavelength, it's the lower 3 wavelengths, but the red wavelength, the longest and the slowest, the root chakra, is the last one. It's the expansive, compressed energy coming in, getting really compressed, really dense, going through all its chemical reactions, through the way we utilize our breath, through the filter of the heart, to then manifest into the physical, the scene. Now, if you've got a runner in the race, the slowest runner is going to come last. The slowest wavelength comes last. But this is the evolution of humankind and consciousness expressing itself through the human mind of the reality we're living in at the moment, which is what we feel the paradigm shift is, changing the understanding where it's actually the unseen, the expanse energies that come first. And this is like, the law of attraction, manifestation, all different kinds of wording that goes with it. Let's breathe. And then I think we'll start doing the cards, but there's something else that wanted to come out. And it's to do with the terminology of higher selves and the faster wavelengths, and the spirit guides and the entities outside of us that are actually inside of us, and just different aspects of us. It's just our structured, programmed belief system, and our mind is a very fragile being, and we can't just change belief systems like that. We need to slowly do it. So what we've learned is, we've understood our whole life about us from witnessing others, and what we see in others, whether we like it or not, is something that we have in ourselves. And we learned that the more we were defensive and justified something and were judgmental, those were our signposts and our guides and our teachers to where we were in denial in ourselves. And we've also learned a way not to always surrender our conscious mind's need to know, understand, and be more in our body and be more in our breath, because we have no choice. So we've literally done okay, so we're going to get on to, we're just going to do the perfect fifth, the C and the G tuning fork. See, from one perspective, C is the root chakra and G is the throat chakra, and there it's 1/5, because if you count from the root, C, the sacral, D, the solar plexus, E, the heart, F, and the throat, G, it's the first, second, third, fourth, fifth chakras, and that's the perfect fifth. I think Russell goes on about the perfect fifth a bit. You may want to take yourselves into your subjective internal reality by closing your eyes. But if you're not comfortable with that, you may not. It's free will, it's your choice. And so the C and the G are the whole body tuners. And now we're going to do high Om, because we've been wanting to talk about the higher self. And there's something we're attempting to get out around the higher self. But we need to stay in our body. So we're going to do the higher Om. You want to start with the low Om to go with it, not the mid Om? Yeah, okay. With the low Om, and these are weighted tuning forks, so they go deeper into the bone structure of the body. And I feel it's hugely important for us to stay in the body and stay grounded when we're dancing with these energies and being the host or the facilitator for these energies through to you. So you may wish to just have a subtle shake, rock in your hips. You may wish to change your body pattern. You may wish to hum. Humming it away, buzzing it away is amazing. You may wish to explore where to put your tongue in your mouth. The high Om connects the electromagnetic field more as well. Making sounds where we have our mouth closed. If you actually have your mouth closed and attempt to hum and hold your nostrils, you'll discover you can't hum. But when you open your mouth and you're just doing whatever is in that moment of the primal vocal sounding, for us it can be very rugged and rough and organic and raw and painful when it's releasing some real deep dark traumas. But for us it's been so much easier to clear our body and to navigate through all of this, through the sound and through the subtle shaking and the breath and the panting. It was too much for our mind. Way too much for our mind. I'm still amazed that we're actually here. But as I say, we've done over a decade of yoga and been on the self-awareness journey since we were 18. Because we were searching out happiness. we weren't up for all this, like, we didn't care about ascension and any of that stuff. We just wanted a life to be happy, which has turned out a life without physical pain. And we're getting there, and we can see a life without physical pain now, and we can see a life coming together that we've never experienced in our body, with balance and harmony and just connection. And it's exciting. Right, we're feeling more in our body now. So it's talking about the higher self, what we'd call our higher selves or our spirit guides, whatever terminology one is comfortable for their current belief system in using to. For us, it used to be the cards and our books and words in music, for guiding us to, I suppose, connecting us to our intuition, guiding us through moments where we don't think we can get through. Being the map. But we don't like the higher self, or we can't think of any of the other terminologies on its own, because people can be connected to these future energetics, these higher self energetics, these faster wavelengths, but not necessarily do good or be kind, because they haven't anchored these faster vibrational frequencies, their higher self energetics, through the filter and the lens of the heart. And when we're on this journey, because we're talking about the mainstream and self-development and self-awareness, when someone has experienced an awful lot of childhood trauma in all of the chakra bodies, sexual abuse, physical abuse, psychological abuse, chemical abuse with the foods and the traumas, then there is a severe vulnerability. And you'll hear YouTubers or tarot readers or people say to discern, but when one's in those child states, they don't know what to discern is. So it's not all in the responsibility and the accountability of the viewer. It's in the responsibility and accountability of the viewer and the tarot reader, or the person presenting the self-help books or whatever, because vulnerable people will be desperate and they'll get sucked into things that might not be beneficial to them. And so for us, it's been hugely important, because this still is our journey to self-awareness, to co-consciousness, to connection. And that's why we've got what we've got in our info section and description, because we'll just know when we're at a stage where we're in an energetic state where we can actually be whatever it is we're going to be, a tarot reader, the spiritual leader. We don't even like the words, but whatever it is we're going to be, it's going to be sharing. It's going to be sharing our experiences, and it's going to be more sharing our experiences with our terminology than dictating and telling someone how to do something. It's going to be more of fundamental, multiversal, the wave, universal, particle, laws of vibration that then have many different narratives. So a lot of tarot readers will have many different narratives and stories that go on. And one thing when we were in the psych ward, we remember that's been coming up for us lately was, okay, we will allow all these different stories and narratives from all of us to come out if that's what needs to be. And it is what needs to be, because we need to get to know all of us, the different witnessing eyes, which we're still struggling because there's more than one, which actually you've got the observing energies on Monday the 26th in the Queen of the Oracle Moon cards, which we have up on the board. Tito Tomomo hair, Princess Leia, Tito Momo Tay. Okay, you want to share that the magical map shifter for the week that we're in is a guy in the picture, and in the season of the magical map shifter, it's a woman, and she's got Princess Leia hair. And with the cards being up in front of us down there earlier, today is Friday, which is Will on the Queen of the Oracle, and she's got a Princess Leia hair with the moon. Her hands are kind of crossed like this. The magical map shifter, the hands are going out, and they're going out, but they're actually kind of down here. You can't really see, they're down here. But then on Monday with the full moon ones, they're actually out like this, but they've all got Princess Leia hair. And so that's the frequency and the patternology of the imagery that can only kind of be seen by us from far away. Monday was observing Tito Pomo. Okay, so this relates back now to the first light. We wanted to use StreamYard like this at Christmas on Boxing Day, which was Monday the 26th of December. Now this Monday, and this is how it works with us with the numbers, one of us wanted to count back to then to see how long it had been. And it's, as far as we're aware, it's not very often that you'll get the same date and the same day. So Monday the 26th of December to Monday the 26th of June, same day, same date, was 26 weeks away. So 26 is another number that's been coming up a lot. So we just had to say that because that was just like, we just love the numbers. So yeah, it's the importance of the higher self being filtered through the heart and having that heart connection, but it can be really challenging to have that heart connection. So we're going to get on and do the cards now. How long have we been? Oh no, we've already been an hour and 9 minutes. We're changing the banner colours because pink's the deeper heart. So we're going to indigo. Excited, we've been learning, we're playing and learning and growing together. So the Liffruma card we're going to do for each astrological sign. I don't know if we're going to read the poem for each one or what. This is going to be, that's going to come at the end of the astrological sign. So we're going to start with Aquarius. Why? Someone said you were going to say why we're going to start with Aquarius, didn't you? Something to do with it being the humanitarian aid worker. We just forgot to turn that camera off, but we turned it off and it's 28% battery. 28 was the relate is an important number. We won't go there. So we want to do the Book of Shadows tarot because we like those imageries. Oh, look, it's Empress on the bottom. We're going to do the green Book of Shadows because we're going to be talking about the heart. So we can put that one to the side. We might do, that's an instruction card. We might do a little reading of these at the end. This, because our dreams don't really, we've been connecting more to our dreams, but not really, but that's irrelevant. But twice in the last week, or a few weeks actually, once a few weeks ago, we woke up and it was just Chicago. It was all about Chicago. It's like, why is Chicago coming up? But we'd started reading Stephen King and it was about Chicago. I think, yeah, Chicago area that he's written that. And this morning we woke up and it's Angelarium. So we got our Angelarium oracle out and there are a few turned over from the last time we've used this. So the majority of the time we'll close down our packs, put them all away, shuffle them, clear them so that they're all fresh to go next time, but we'll do the same process again. So we're clearing the energetics at the end and at the start each time. But there'll be certain ones of us that don't do that for a reason, like today when our subconscious speaks to us and gets that out again. So that was interesting, the journey we went on this morning with this. So there is one of us wanting to bring out, because we're talking about, this brings in the Kabbalah as well. So it's bringing in more of like Thoth, and the Kabbalah is more of your, I don't know, is that your, not your Egyptian, your Jewish kind of Eastern Europe, I think, that area more. Because we've talked about Chinese medicine and then we've talked about the Indian. So we want to do that. So it's kind of like the darker angels and the different aspects of the Kabbalah tree. So we wanted to get one of them out for each sign. Is that thing at the bottom annoying? Should we turn that off for now? That's too big as well, isn't it? Yeah, so do that for now. We can put that on at the end again. So we want to do one of them and an angel tarot for the light and the dark of the angels. We'll then do a couple of those, and then we'll do a Liffruma for each sign, and we're going to attempt not to be too long. Which one of us finds it really funny, and we'll do the Liffruma at the end, and then at the end we'll put out all the Liffruma. So if we're going to start with Aquarius, I know the one of us that wants to put the Liffruma all out at the end wants to do it in the axes, so that you've got the Cardinal. Well, if we're starting with Aquarius, it will be fixed. So, oh yeah, because Tito Pomomo. Oh wow, that's interesting, isn't it? It really is coming together. And Tito Popopai. No, we didn't, did we? So it was gonna. Oh, I love it when this gets going like this. It's like whoop, whoop. So it'll be the fixed axes, which is your Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, Taurus, which we've got a lot in those energies. Taurus is our Chiron and Uranus is in our Scorpio. And then you've got lots of quadruple Aquarius, and yeah, you don't need to know all that. And then we'll do, I suppose we'll do it in order: fixed, mutable, cardinal, axes, because we don't like to look at the part, we like to look at a whole, but it's too much to look at the whole. So we're looking at the axes whole, seeing as we've brought in axes and other stuff together, and that's we're connecting us. So we are just going to show you, because like we said, there's times when we really need to be anchored and grounded, and there's times when we can be too anchored and grounded. And these energetics that we're in, because that was it, we were saying about our channels, one of us really wants us to just do it how they tell you to do it, but that's not us. So there will be similar content on each of our channel, but depending which channel you're in, depends which portal or gateway you're going into of the energetics. And we're going into the portal and the energetics of future energetics, and the future energetics are deep within our central nervous system. So we're going deep within the portals and the gateways of early childhood years and before, potentially. And so then one of us is going, well, you may say, well, hold on, that's the past, doesn't that belong to ShintoSE? And it's like, well, what happens on the outside of us is kind of backwards on the inside. So for us to experience the future, which is joy to cocoa, the faster wavelengths, we have to navigate through the past to get to the future. But it's navigating through, it's like jumping a quantum leap to the early past, not the, say, like a long time past, like the early childhood. And when those channels have then been cleared and purged, so those tubes have been cleaned with your scrubby brush thing that cleans the bottle, so the energy can flow through the fascia adhesions that have joined together that have adhered together to create the body and the matrix into a maze, rather than the beautiful labyrinth of one way in and one way out. There's a maze, there's been cross wiring, there's been cowboy wiring, there's been dead ends created. All of this needs to be rewoven, respun, gently taken apart, but only taken apart at times when there's been support mechanisms and scaffolding put in elsewhere as a temporary measure, which then needs to be taken down once that's been taken apart and new pathways have been built. And so there's this constant ebb and flow between all these different dimensions and realms. And for us, we experience it as the alternate personalities, which we don't necessarily know until we tend to speak out loud or do certain things. And we will fall back into the habit of going like, well, why aren't we doing this? Can't we do that? And then it's like, oh yeah, we're the witnessing eyes. We don't have control of the body. We're meant to be making friends and connect us all and talking lovingly and nurturingly to all of us. And so I want to make sure that we're all anchored. We've done the tuning forks. We're connected heart to heart because of what we've been presently speaking about. And for those, because there wasn't anyone watching right at the start, we're just going to play this video that one of us created. It's the only one we've done. We've done loads of audios. We just haven't, for some reason, we haven't been able to edit. But I think that's because we're on this now at the moment. So we're doing a live stream style editing, because editing is what we just said. It's a reorganization. It's taking certain parts away, putting scaffolding up in other parts, while those parts getting put away. Because editing, I think Russell called the swords the editors once when he was talking through the tarot. But for us, when we edit, it's combining multitude of sensory systems, and we're not quite ready to go into those energies again, is what we've made sense of anyway. It might be the case, it might not, it doesn't really matter. But 34 will take us both off here. 34. Cealc. Mortar. Anchored. Chalky seams of ancient marine creatures transited over eons as immovable memories of moments that are no more. Extraneous yet present, evidencing times gone, lives past, moments fallen. Here and now, dig out the decrepit blocks, dislodge the bricks that should have been displaced long ago. Recalibrate the calcium carbonate, cleave and cleft to recast and recreate. Celebrate life unconstructed, unanchored. Okay, so we're just going to get the cards for Aquarius. Oh, we're going to do it in axes. So we'll get the cards for Aquarius, Leo, Taurus and Scorpio, please. Okay, so we've got Aquarius, Leo, Taurus and Scorpio, we said, didn't we? So we'll turn those back over for now and we'll focus on Aquarius. So, Angel of Night. Interesting, we're talking about the moon in the hair of the Princess Leia. And Three of Wands. That's interesting. So that's your Sun in Aries. That's what we were given for this season. Cealc, the god of hope, which is perfect. Aquarius is the energies, the healing energies of hope. And we were talking about Ophiuchus being the serpent bearer, and that's why for us Ophiuchus is the bearer, the holder of the Kundalini energy, and the Kundalini energy has to rise up and around and through and in and out and back down and round, etc., through all the chakra energies. And then Ophiuchus is able to gather it all up and bring it together. And Ophiuchus is the great healer, and he sits above Scorpio's heart in the star constellation in the sky. And to the bottom left is Sagittarius, and to the bottom right is Libra. And so this is construction of the universe, help with great works and protection from adversaries. So we're going to get the other cards out there. So Aquarius is the humanitarian, the water bearer, the carrier of emotions, sometimes perceived as cold, but really Aquarius is just able to, and their natural gifts are to carry the water, carry the emotions, and know when to be able to compartmentalize, like in a natural disaster, to put the emotions to the side when needed, but at the same time know that they need to be visited at some future date and explored. Otherwise it will be unresolved energies that will fester and stagnate in the body, causing more harm in the long run. Angel of the Night. Aquarius is the star, and they radiate at night in the dark best. You can see their shine glorious at nighttime in the dark. We're thinking of Venus at the moment for some reason. Oh, Venus is actually going retrograde mid-July as well. And she is the star, the daytime star and the nighttime star. And the time, there's a certain amount of time when she's actually unseen. And that's when she's shifting from the night to the day, the night to the morning. So what have we got for Aquarius here? It's probably a few too many cards if we're going to attempt to get through all the signs quickly. We've got the King of Cups. We were just talking about the bearer of emotions. The kings are the masculine energies that are very good at being able to know when to express or not express emotions. The queens express the emotions. but the kings will have to express them at some time. But the kings are able, it's the masculine energy, holder of the emotions. The kings, we're feeling now, the king's energy is able to have the water, and have the water be able to sit there without it stagnate. And that's connecting us into our shungite now, because we purify our water with shungite crystals, and that is water sitting there and getting purified, because the shungite absorbs the energies. We've got the Queen of Wands, the fire. There's normally a black cat in this image. The girl is pretty close to the fire and almost looking like she wants to go touch it, and it looks like the redhead, actually they could be about the same age. She looks sad. We were going to say daughter and mum, but they look about the same age. But she's pulling her hand away from the fire, and we've got a couple of memories coming into play now. One in New Zealand when we were camping next to a lake, and some guys that were on acid came in, and one of them wanted to roll through the fire and almost did so. It was pretty kind of, yeah, mixed emotions at the time, and times when we've been sitting too close to the fire with our feet and melted our shoes. So fire can be really inviting and really warm and mesmerizing, but it needs respect, just like water needs respect. The ocean is consciousness. We are, rather than like a drop in the ocean, it's an ocean in the drop. We are the journey of involution to co-consciousness. When we have the balance of hot and cold, of the water element and the fire element, we have the regulation of the thermostat in the body. So autonomic nervous system regulation. You might have heard of Wim Hof and the Wim Hof breath. And we've also got the Knight of Wands. Now the Knight bring messages and guides and signs, and like movement, and it's in fire again, so there is actually movement of the fire energies. And she's got lots of candles here, so maybe doing some candle magic, or some where you meditation, staring into the flame of a candle while you're humming, while you're buzzing, or you may want to put a conscious intentional thought to it. Or even some fire magic where you want to, because we were talking about childhood memories, there may be memories that you have noticed, or you may want to draw, coming to the surface, you may want to write them down on paper and burn them under this coming full moon, because we've got the full moon on Monday, the Capricorn full moon. The Capricorn is the cardinal energies, and Capricorn, Libra, Aries, Cancer is the global axes. So it's related to governmental economics, all the government systems and everything. And we've got the Three of Wands. So is a very influential number. Three of Wands, that's 3 times. We've got the Three of Wands here, we've got the Three of Wands there that we discussed. Sun in Aries. Now the sun in Aries is actually April, end of March, start of April time. But we have, we were just saying that the Capricorn Cancer, Aries Libra is the global axes. We've got the Capricorn full moon coming up. Capricorn is what comes before, 90 degrees before, 3 signs before Aries. And we have the nodal shift. So not only have we got Venus retrograde, going retrograde in mid-July sometime, we're currently in Pluto retrograde, and that was the start of May. And we're in Saturn retrograde, which was, I think, the start of June or mid-June. Could have been mid-June, maybe mid-June. And so we've gone Neptune retrograde today. So we're getting a lot of the planets going into retrograde, which is all about introspection. It's all about going inwards. And so even more so important that we keep ourselves anchored to something external. So for instance, we're talking about the ocean being symbolic of consciousness. If one has ever been surfing, if one hasn't, it doesn't matter, because we're about to explain to you, you get lots of undercurrents, lots of toes. And if you're just sitting in the water on the board waiting for the waves to come in, you can get taken all over the place, and before you know it, you're like if you're on like a 3-mile long beach or longer, where you started, you could be a mile or 2 miles away from that. But if you make an eye line sight where you're here, you've got the coast, you anchor yourself into something on the coast so that you can kind of keep an eye where that is and keep paddling so that you don't drift off. Otherwise, you could get carried out into sea in a riptide current. And that's where we need to be careful when we navigate the complex minds through certain traumas, because they can have strong currents, they can have strong riptides. And anchoring ourselves into our heart. But if we don't know how to do that, or we're not very connected to our heart, anchoring ourselves into practices that keep our eyes open. So we said earlier, you may want to close your eyes to go into your subjective reality. If times are getting tough, stare at a candle flame. Maybe look into researching sun gazing and doing a bit of sunrise or sunset sun gazing. Look out the window at the rain on leaves. Because I know for us, when things align, it looks like the rain is piano, someone's fingers, playing a piano. The leaves are the piano, the rain are the fingers. And if you actually can hear the rain, like you live in a caravan or you've got a skylight or something, you can really, it's a most amazing feeling when your sensory systems align, that the rhythm that you're hearing aligns with the rhythm that you're seeing. Music, we've been taken to Ren. Ren is a really big at the moment, trending really big, all about mental health, and we don't have words to say it, but he will take you to some places while keeping you anchored in the external reality, but will take you deep, and there will be cathartic emotional releases. Knight of Swords. So we've got 2 knights here. We've got the fire and the air. So do pay attention, because air fuels fire. So there's going to be some fast waves happening at the moment. And when those waves are fast, ride them, enjoy them if you can. Prepare for them. So take some downtime, relax, so that when the energy does build up, you can ride that wave, but know how to slow yourself down as well. So for instance, when you're on a surfboard, you pump the board with your back leg when you're on a surfboard to make it go faster. Snowboarding is the opposite. When you're going downhill on the snowboard, if you go and put your weight onto your front leg, you go faster. So it's about fun. And when it's interesting, we talk about front leg and back leg. So if you were kind of natural and if you're natural footed, your right leg's your back leg. And this, in the Angelarium, your right leg and your left leg actually refer to paths on the Kabbalah tree. And she's journaling and writing, and we did just say about maybe writing down memories or drawing a picture or just automatic writing. But for us, we don't really like writing as such because of our wrists and our pain. So we tend to do some audio messages sometimes. So you might even wish to do an audio speech to text into your computer or into your phone, and then you could print it off. Or if you don't have a printer and you do have issues like that, you can do a whole visual work of it. So you can do an audio message and then stare at your candle flame and just imagine that those words are going from your audio message onto paper, and then that paper has been burnt in the candle. Now you're not doing the physical experience. No, you're not doing the physical experience. But we were just saying earlier the importance of how it's more about the subtle energetics and less is more. So if one is able to do that visualization, which doesn't have to be visual images, because we struggle with visual images. We don't have visual images, we're dark inside, but we can think through the thought process that it would take to write on paper or to talk into the dictaphone on the computer and then to print it off and then to light a fire or a candle and put the paper in on it. So if you can do that whole process and hold that focused awareness and attention, then there will be some really powerful releases through the subtle energetic portals and gateways, bringing you to number 10, bringing you into turning that massive wheel with your baby finger. That's the ease of it, getting massive changes with gentle, with so maximum output, most ease. It's maximum output, minimum effort. We don't like that terminology, because when we're dealing with trauma, when we're dealing with manifestation, the law of attraction, if only certain words come in, great, maximum abundance, that's great. Output, great, because that's tangible, that's going out, you're going to be abundant in your output. But if you get the word minimum coming in, or you get the word effort coming in, it's not really going to give you want to go on. But maximum output, most ease, all of those words are positive connotation, and words are spells at the end of the day. And the first of the 4 agreements is being impeccable with one's word. So there's the Aquarius energies. I think that's gone really lovely. It's not that one we want. We want a Liffruma now one to sum that up. Tito Pomomo, are we putting all the cards back in apart from the Liffruma, or all the cards staying out? Titomo, all back in. Okay, but Liffruma stays out. Yeah, okay. So we have Eromagin, thy earthly power. So we are talking about law of manifestation. We're talking about getting physical, tangible experiences. We're talking about bringing the expansive, higher vibrational frequency energy down through the chakras into the physical, tangible, seen reality. And that is earthly power. It's using the imagination, and it's using the imagination, creating from the imagination, and bringing that creation to life. And it's number 60. And we are going to just read it quickly. We also don't believe in protection, because we believe protection is coming from a place of fear. But you can, how do we word this? But when one is dancing with the energies from a place of love, because they're anchored in their heart, and be careful about putting up a mirrored bubble. We push up a mirrored bubble to start with, but that means that stuff can get mirrored back. We just consciously will put up sometimes if we feel the need to. We don't anymore because we've been doing it for so long. The highest of high vibrational orb, bubble, globe, sphere around you, around you, because it's not about the lower it's the lower unserving vibrations and frequencies, because you can get lower vibrations that are healthy. Not all lower vibrations are negative and bad or anything. You've got the whole spectrum within, and you have the polarity, the positive and the negative. And it's not that one's positive and one's negative. It just depends on the person. What's beneficial to one's person might not be beneficial to another person. And so when we have our energetics and we put this highest of high vibrational frequency bubble around ourselves, anything that's unserving won't be able to come in, because as soon as it comes in, it's a really fast vibration. It's a really fast high vibration, and it will just shatter. It will discombobulate the lower unserving frequencies. And that's why we love really low frequencies high up in the sky, like helicopters or even lawnmowers and the rest of it, because all of that are low sounding vibrations and acoustics coming in, helping the sensory systems of the body to ground in the energies, to ground in the messages, which we see at the end of the day all as being like really, really beneficial. It's a shame we didn't show you, actually, we've got a grounding mat on the floor which our feet are on, and we've got a pillowcase and a bed thing. Not that we've been sleeping in the bed for a while again, but we thought we'd give it a go because we experience a lot of chaos after these lives. So it'll be really interesting to see what we experience after this one. So this is just great because we are shifting from the age of Aquarius from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. We're shifting from the water energetics into the air energetics, but specifically into the water bearer air energetics. But it is faster, and for people that aren't used to those faster vibrations, it can be challenging to navigate. And so when stuff starts speeding up and getting faster, then slow down and just feel and observe and witness. Earth power, personal power, thy power, thine alone, carved in stone before birth, in that other place, sizzle of the cosmic gift that awaits, birthing through you, by you, for you. esoteric secrets of the full moon eclipse, where worry and ruin are dissolved by the light of being seeded in the earth magus. Oldest sacral cycle completed, shadows burnished, soul refurnished. Thank you, my lovelies. My little ones were getting so excited then, because we have just completed our chakra journey that we were talking about. Is actually orange. We've just finished. We've got the meditation to do, which is today. Friday's the meditation. We haven't done that, but we have. Once we've done today's meditation, along with last week Friday's meditation, then we will have finished the orange chakra, the sacral chakra, and that just said about sacral chakra completion. So if your energies are resonating with ours and you've come to this, everyone has Aquarius in their body, their calves and their ankles, in their charts, the collective chart of number 11, the master number of service. So there is a level of emotional maturity, of inner child growth, of, how do we call it, what we used to call the stunted generational consciousness growing up. So yeah, that we're just over the moon with that one. It's number 60. 6 is the bridge that we were saying of the Tesla code, from the unseen into the seen. So if you've had any creations, any ideas, any projects, or there's anything that you've just been doing where the ideas have been there, then and you haven't been seeing any tangible results yet, then we've got a feeling you may be starting to see some tangible results. And we've got the High Priestess, which looks like 11 in Roman numerals. Tito Pomomono! That 3 of Wands card really wants to come out lots, doesn't it? So I've got 2 more. So 2 more, or we'll choose 2. We'll choose 2. So now we are on to Leo, the opposite of Aquarius, because that pulls the tension and the slack in. So Azrael, angel of death. This is Leo's now. 8 of Cups. Can we comment on this? 142, Leo. I don't know that we can. Let's just see. It'd be a lot easier to put a comment in and see. Oh, smaller hole. Sorry. No. Okay. That's okay. We'll come back and come through it. 8 of Cups. ALL. IL. Oh, I can't say that. It's number 67. God, the pleasures of man. God, the pleasure of man's children. So we're talking about pleasures and sensory systems, but being able to balance them and moderate them, not let devil energies take over. Which for us is the 5th limb of yoga, pratyahara, freedom from the desires of the senses. Doesn't mean not to enjoy the senses. It just means one is able to enjoy the senses in moderation, number 14, with self-discipline, number 41. Transformation, it gives consolation in adversity. And Leo is the heart and the upper back. We have the High Priestess, number 3, 3 of Wands, 8 of Cups. Tito Pomo. So we've got the 8 of Cups twice in here. 88 is the number of manifestation. We have the Tower, we have the 9 of Pentacles, and we have the 4 of Pentacles. So the light and the dark of the journeying inwards for Leo energetics, upper back and heart area. Angel of death, completion again. That was the end. Actually, that was the ending of their sacral cycle, oldest sacral cycle completion for Aquarius. Aquarius is the opposite of Leo. So depending, we are talking about the inner energetics, so it depends where the threads go. You could be talking about the outer energetics of Aquarius, which could be the calves and ankles, the outer calves and ankles, going to the inner energetics of Leo. So for you, you may wish to just have a look to see what is in your Leo, what is in your Aquarius, planets wise. And that will bring more layers on, rather than just being like the collective of the calves and the ankles. And we're coming into Leo energies soon in August, because they're at their opposite, they're at their furthest apart. So there's this link, there's a connection between the furthest apart energetics of completion, of completion and death cycles, oldest, deepest trauma cycles ending. I mean, what fabulous, what fantastic news. So that your transformation can take place, and then so that you can actually face situations of adversity, of challenge, of conflict without being triggered. Or if you are triggered, you're able to breathe and gently hold a container for it until there's a safe space for you and whoever's around you to be able to release any final layers of that. So rather than it having control of you, you're getting to the cycle, being able to control it, because you've tapped in to your high priestess energies, the moon card, the ruler of Cancer. Cancer is the next sun. We're in the sun season of Cancer now. So there's maybe connections between your Leo and your Cancer in your chart, or there may be connections between your moon and your Leo in your chart, or between, there might be a planet in your Leo that's connected to Cancer or the moon. There's all this different paternology that could go on and go about. If you look at her, she's also putting a hand up. You can't really see there, but the white here is a reflection of her. The illusions, Neptune retrograde today. Be with the illusions and the dreams that come up, and make friends, put your hand up to it, connect, do some mirror dancing, do some mirror talking, do some mirror affirmations or singing. Connect with your fluid self. And that's for us, connecting us into the Aquarius read again, because there was a lot of fire in the Aquarius read. And of course, the Three of Wands was the Three of Wands in Aquarius, and the Three of Wands here came up into Aquarius. So you've got the connection, the portal and the gateway of the Three of Wands into Aquarius. And so what she's doing in this picture, she's curled up with a towel on her head. We saw there's a lady that walked past walking her dog, and she either didn't want her hair getting wet, or she'd just got out of her shower, but she had a big towel wrapped around her head as she was walking past walking the dog. So she's got a nice cup of hot chocolate, a towel wrapped around her head, and she's in a dressing gown, feet up in front of the fire. And if you look closely there through the window, the mailman is delivering some stuff. So you may get some lovely post coming through. You may get some post coming through that isn't so lovely, but that will be the completion and the end of something. And so even though the contents aren't necessarily considered lovely, it's lovely because there's this relief, there's this weight lifted from your shoulders, and you've taken a nice Epsom salt bath to also release the muscles in your body, because you've been doing a lot of tabletop study, bending forwards, sitting forwards, and there's a lot of tension being building up in your upper back, because Leo is the upper back in the heart. And so releasing those tensions on the upper back is really needed. And there's fairies. Again, they've got a candle, but it's unlit. And this is the Eight of Cups here, and this is the Eight of Cups. This is an angel looking like he's looking down. It's almost like he's turned up a vessel upside down, and he's almost looking to see if something's going to come out of it. So you're completing, you're purging, you're releasing. What word are we looking for? You're releasing frequencies that are causing stress and dissonance and overwhelm, with all the books in front of her there. And it's almost like she can't even see the one that's far away that's lit up. And that's reminding us of, probably because we're dyslexic, if you've got 100 books and one of those books had all the answers you needed to just reach that alignment and that synchronicity and that harmony, having that oscillation minimized, being able to ride those waves when they come, not having to look back over your shoulder to see the waves coming because you're a teacher and you've got eyes in the back of your head because you are your own teacher and your own student. And in one of those books, it's got all the answers. You know, if it's the first book or the second book, fine. But if it's the 100th book, are you going to actually get round to being able to read all of those books to get there? And especially if you're like us and you've got dyslexia, you'd struggle with the first few, especially if you're with the DID and then you can't remember what you've read. So these are tangible books that you can see, but we're almost now speaking metaphysically. So the Akashic Records, there is one book that has all the answers. But you don't need to know where that book is. You don't need to know what it's called. Because that book's going to change depending on each and every moment when you need the guidance. And when you need the guidance, it could be a magazine, and it might not even be a book. It might be the words on the radio or the words on a YouTube thing. It might be maybe just in the title. You don't even necessarily need to watch the YouTube video. It could be in the title. It could be on a drama series you're watching, on a wildlife program. Whenever you're feeling like you're needing a bit of clarity, consciously surrender your conscious mind's need to know and understand. Put words to it if you want to, but what we do, because we can get very confused with it all, we'll just breathe. We'll either have our eyes closed or eyes open, look out the window, connect with Zen, and we'll just hum. We'll connect to our deeper self and our higher self, which is anchored to our heart, by humming, asking for whatever it is that we need to restore balance, restore a bit of balance and harmony. So the feeling of overwhelm doesn't come up. And then it may be in that moment, it may be down the line. I mean, at the moment for us, it's absolutely awesome. It's just like left, right and center. We're getting all this bits of information from everywhere that's really coming together and just creating a really coherent validation for us, which is been just incredible, because there's been so much confusion for so long. And it doesn't mean you may want to then put on the radio or then go to the book, but it may be that an hour or two or day will pass and then you'll go to a book or a magazine or the radio, and then it will come through. But there's been a conscious awareness, intention, without the conscious attachment to know and and need to know, because you've surrendered the need to know and understand, being receptive and allowing for what's to come. And yeah, the angel of death again has got a big open book in his hand, and he's pointing to certain words. So most people think of death and those energies as dark and negative, but for us, the energies of death have been some of our driving forces, and it's a very powerful energy, so it needs to be respected. It needs to be navigated with care. And then when the tower moment happens, it's going to have been an invited conscious awareness tower moment that is just going to be barely noticeable. You broke something, you dropped it on the ground. Awesome. You can you can then be creative with that Japanese art of gluing it back together with gold glue, and you've just made something even more beautiful and even more spectacular through the damage, through the break, through the chaos. And it's only her and thing that's red. So that's the red, the root chakra coming back into play again there. And brings you into the 9 of Pentacles. Because you finally let your little helpers help you. You finally made friends to those deeper, darker aspects which you didn't like about yourselves. The shame, the fear, the hate, the guilt. the pride, the unserving pride, all those perceived negative, dark emotions, how they're your friends. They've been helping you all along. They were just stunted generational consciousness that didn't know how to communicate to you in the way that you understood. And you didn't know them well enough to listen to what they were telling you. But you've made friends with them now. And you're all just sitting together, standing together, having a look out at that sunset, that sunrise, doing a bit of sun gazing and sun gazing, sunset gazing, sunrise gazing, changing the light refraction in your eyes, changing this. Oh, has that gone off? That's a shame, isn't it? No, it's still there. That means the battery's probably getting low though. Oh well, we might have to end it again. We did attempt to charge them up. Changing the light refraction in the eyes, in the pineal gland, to awaken the third eye even more, to more of a clarity of intuition with the high priestess energies. Because look at the feast in the background. The celebration, the party is about to happen. You've done all the hard work and the cooking and the prep, and now it's just a time of waiting, but not waiting and being bored, just waiting and enjoying the peace and the calm before the excitement of that change of perception of the chaos from the darkness, because one didn't know how to find the order in the chaos, but then one was able to go so deep inside of themselves that they found the eye of the storm, the center of the whirlpool, the calm amidst the chaos. That then it takes them to a new sense of calm and chaos, calm, ready for the next win of chaos. But it's the opposite of the fear and the anxiety, because the fear and anxiety, when you put it into numbers and you put it into measurable, quantified kind of graphs and visual data imagery, excitement and anxiety and fear and that buzz is all exactly the same. And so you're about to get that coming with the party, with the friends, with the enjoyment. But do remember that when we do have fun and we do have those up moments, to then, you know, what goes up does come down, and there will be a period of a lull. And this is what we get after these lives. And so it makes it challenging sometimes to come back on them, because we almost just want to be just balanced and keep that oscillation of vibration steady. But we're getting to understand that sometimes the peaks and the lows are there and we can manage them. And it is okay to have a peak of a party and a gathering and lots of energy, because now we know ourselves well enough to then know that when that downtime comes and the cupboards look empty, even though there's still jars in that cupboard, that she's still struggling to look to see what she can eat. So, you know, when we're feeling low and we don't have much energy, it's a lot easier to fall into these old habits and patterns of eating food that doesn't necessarily serve us and it's not in our best interest. The creative inspiration isn't so much to just then go, oh look, this is in the cupboard, we don't have much, but we can make this and this. We're tired, but that's okay. You know, the fourth agreement of the four agreements, just do the best you can in each and every moment, and know that's not always going to be the same. Sometimes you're tired, sometimes you're ill, sometimes you didn't sleep so well, you know, sometimes you've been out lots, sometimes you've got a big project on at work, sometimes it's really hot weather. So you're managing your flow and you're managing your rhythms a lot better, but there's still ups and downs to navigate. I hope that makes sense. Have we been a bit too long? I don't know. Well, we'll find out, won't we? I think that video's probably going to end soon, but that's okay. Keep up on more. You like these cards, don't you? Yeah. Okay. So we're attempting to home in and be a bit quicker. Okay, so it's okay to not be so quick on these ones because we're on the fixed axes, and the fixed axes is the anchoring point axes. Okay, because we've got a new energetics coming in of the cardinal with the nodal shifts. Okay, with the Taurus Scorpio going into Aries and Libra. Okay, and that's why we have the mutable and axes in between the fixed and the cardinals, because what we were just saying with those Leo energies, to navigate the change. Oh, we like that one. That reminds us of Salvador Dali. Oh, there's still so many packs of tarot cards we want. Different ones of us. It's like, no more. We're not allowed any more until we do more stuff like this and make use of them for other people and share. Okay. Salvador Dali and Escher, two of our favourite artists from back of the day. Are we going to stick? Yeah, stick with 6 and then go to 4 for the others. Okay. Well, isn't that kind of not fair? Okay. So they were just saying it's not fair for the people that come in and want to look at one star sign, but we're not doing it as one star sign. We're doing it as all the star signs belong to every person. So therefore, there is fairness. This is just our way of doing it. Okay, that makes sense. So it's 6 for all of these, and then it's 4 for the other 2 axes. So what are we on now? Oh, we don't need those cards, do we? No, because we've got them, haven't we? Yeah. Well, this isn't 6. This is 8 now that we're doing. Yeah. So this is Taurus here, but you pulled more. Is that because we forgot what we were doing? Well, no, because the conscious mind's perceived mistakes aren't ever a mistake, like the Stephen King book. Like Stephen King in the poem, it wasn't a mistake. Okay, so Taurus has 2. Yeah, we Taurus have 8 and 2. Taurus, you are Chiron, aren't you? Or you're our little ones more. Yeah, Tita Papa Pomo. Yeah, okay, but we're doing this for the collective energies now. Yeah. So what does it mean? How do we share this information to be relative to everyone? Tita Papa Pomo. Okay, so now PayPal messed up and we just bought a new pack of Vedic astrology cards. But PayPal messed up, not us this time, because we remember that it freezing, and we've actually got 2 packs of it. So what's in that message is the comparison between Vedic astrology and Western astrology. So you may wish what's relative to your Taurus and what's relative to your Chiron, your wounded healer, especially with these nodal shifts changing from Taurus to Aries and Scorpio to Libra. You may wish to have a look and compare Eastern and Western charts, Western astrology with your Vedic astrology. There may be some answers in that. And doubles, pairing up doubles. And we were doing 6. I'm pretty sure we were doing 6 before. Maybe we were doing 8. I think we were doing 6. Maybe someone can write in the comment if they remember. If we were doing 6 before, 6 is the bridge from the unseen, whereas 8 is the bridge from the seen. Taurus is the bull energies. Taurus is slower. It's earth energies. Taurus is slow. Taurus is also about the earthly sensory desires. It's about pleasures and sensuality. So there may be stuff all related to your Taurus energies or your Chiron, or even Taurus in the collective is the second house, your sense of values. Taurus is ruled by Venus. Venus is going retrograde in July. So there's something going on with Taurus energies where Taurus energies, Venus is needing more information. We're just being drawn to these doubles here as well. So there's something to do with doubling. 66. 66 is the number of healing. And it's the 7 of Swords, Manakel, God nurturing and maintaining everything. Knowledge of good and evil, appeases divine anger, cures epilepsy. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? With seizures and stuff. And then we've got the Hanged Man, which is Neptune retrograde today. Now we're finding it really hard to say these words today at the moment. 21, the only God. And he's got the trumpet. So we had a trumpet card this morning, and it just trumpets relate us into the judgment card. So there's a real, be gentle on yourselves, be compassionate with yourselves, don't judge yourself so much, pay attention to things, people, scenarios, anything external of you that you are judging, so that you can mirror reflect that, the doubles, so you can mirror reflect that to dance through the last few bits of illusions that Neptune's creating into, so that when we get to the Venus retrograde coming up, that the Venus retrograde, which sends us internal on our loving, on our sense of value and relationships, that we have a firm, solid foundations to dance with the new knowledge. Desire for knowledge protects from liars, evil, spouse, and bad spirits. What are these going to be? Da'at, null, emptiness, and Sheligiel, angel of snow. So this is what we got this morning, actually. The emptiness, Da'at, it's the space. It's what we were talking about with the atom earlier. It's the 99.999% of the atom that we cannot see, the space, which actually is perceived as nothing, but holds everything. It's the pause between the inhalation and the exhalation of the breath, which is called the retention in yoga, that the true empowerment happens, where the vastness happens. And when we are able to softly and gently lengthen, allow the lengthening to naturally happen of our breath, of our inhalation and the exhalation, and the more we become relaxed and lower our blood pressure, slow our heart, tap into our parasympathetic nervous system, the longer the pause, the space between happens. And the longer that space between, the longer the pause happens, that is the in-between space, that is the liminal space, the more clarity we get in the liminal space, in the in-between space. And how that reflects in the body, it means the space in the body that is there but has got the dead end still from the fascia adhesions and is holding water retention, all kinds of things, and becoming a bit stagnant, are about to open up and release. So it's the chemical, it's the breath, it's the way we breathe that creates the chemical reaction in the body of from less is more, that allows the softening and the opening to happen. Because when we are in trauma states of being a reactive human being, and we are, so it's not just the ones of us that have had early childhood traumas, there's the collective energies of this from 2020, and we are needing to cool our nervous, we are needing to embrace the yin. So curling your tongue, breathing in for your tongue and out for your nose. Giving a sound on the way out. Maybe putting the tip of the tongue on the roof of your mouth and a sound on the way out. And a little shake. That's accessing the yin energies. And the angel of snow is the cooling down of that overactive fight flight nervous system that has been triggered from the collective energies of 2020, where it's been amplified, because that's what's needed to happen through the collaboration of the consciousness of God, consciousness of humankind, so that consciousness can evolve and involve in a more symbiotic, harmonic way, so that the collective unconscious energies can be changed, so that those people that aren't on the journey of being the change they want to see in the world, they will still start being the change they want to see in the world, because the collective unconscious energies have started to be changed because of what's going on. Because when humanity wakes up, Mother Gaia can wake up, and when Mother Gaia wakes up, humanity can start healing. And when humanity heals, Mother Gaia can heal. So we've got the devil energies here. We were talking about being sucked back in again. The Taurus is about the senses and desires. So there may be, with the turbulence of these energy shifts that are coming up, there may be times where there's some overindulgence. And if that happens, so be it. Allow it, be comfortable with it, be gentle and kind, and then wean yourself off it. So have your indulgence, enjoy it, don't feel guilty, because it's all in the belief systems. And then make your homemade banana ice cream instead of this. Make a homemade strawberry and honey Kool-Aid instead of the chocolate sauce. So still satisfy that craving for the sweetness, but satisfy it with whole food sweetness. And be creative along the way. You might not have made anything like that before. Expect some terrible results and expect some good results. It's creating. It's another way of grounding yourself at the same time. And get movement in. If you're like us, that your movement might not be how it used to be. Your movement may be subtle movement. Do some panting of your breath. Change the way you watch TV. You may sit on the couch and watch TV. Lay on the floor with some cushions under your chest so that you're in a restorative back bend while you're watching TV instead. And do some neck things, you know. Change your movement, shift up your patterning of your body. If you are able to go out more and exercise and do things, great, do that. But not everyone is able to do that. But you can still change some of your habitual patterns around the house in your everyday living. When you open the door with your opposite hand. Have a laugh at yourself and try to start cleaning your teeth with the opposite hand. Change up in the opposite, in the mirroring and the doubling again. And it may feel like you're climbing a mountain, but that's okay. Sometimes we need to climb a mountain at the moment. And maybe actually this particular pose, getting a high chair as high as it can go and putting your leg up on it so that you've got a bend and you're standing up. And if you've got something to hold on to as well, and then just gently look up and then maybe do that yin breath and see how that affects your body. Maybe starting to do some research into the medicinal properties of herbal medicine. We were just talking about the start of the benefits of the elderflower champagne, with inflammation, being beneficial for inflammation and many other things, and harmonizing and aligning with the seasons. We've got lots of elderflower cordial now that we made up another batch of, and the next one will be elderberries. So elderberries are the fruit that comes from the flower. After the flower is I think the flower is a flower a more higher vibrational frequency than the fruit, because the fruits become more dense again. So it goes the plant, the leaf, the flower, and then the fruit, and then the seed, and then the journey starts again. That'd be an interesting question to ponder. And it's fun starting to create with herbs and mixes. You know, it is summer at the moment. See, maybe you want to get some herbs or pick something and dry it in the window out in the sun and then make a tea out of it, or just pick something and have a tea out of it straight away. Connecting with plant medicine. And the bath's coming up again. This is 9, the Hermit. So you've got just in this top row here, we've got 3 major arcanas. We've got the Devil, 15, which 15 can be 6, it can be 5 as in 1 times 5, 6 as in 1 plus 5, 4 as in minus again. So we've got another steps going up of 4, 5, 6 again with that. It's second tier 4, second tier 5, and second tier 6 on all of the axes. So you're going to be getting, if you can manage to understand about it's all about belief systems, and yes, you may fall into old patterns, and that's okay, those cycles happens, but this time then you're going to also slightly change the patterns, and it's not going to be there for as long. Then there's going to be more of the patterns, the gaps between the unserving habitual patterns are going to lessen, and it's going to be for less amount of time. So the struggle's not going to be for long. And then the So for us to give up our addictions, we didn't want to be someone that used, well, it wasn't that we didn't want to. Our whole life has been mind over matter, and we didn't have the energy left in the mind to be mind over matter anymore. And we didn't want to be one of those people that was addicted to something, manages not to be sober on whatever level, but still every day is a struggle where they think about whatever it is that they've given up. We didn't want that to be the case. For us, it was about getting to those root causes, so that it's like it can be in front of us, we can be around it, and it doesn't impact us like that anymore. Again, you've got the books, you've got a bath. Really important about nurturing yourself at the moment. Nurturing yourself with the balance of old habitual patterns and the new habitual patterns, the ones that don't serve you and the ones that do serve you. And when you're doing the ones that don't serve you, do it with awareness, do it with compassion, and enjoy it and say goodbye. Epsom salt bath again, that came up again somewhere else, so that's really important. You've got the knight. Oh, it's knave. Wasn't the other ones the actual knights? The knave's the page, I think. I'm sure the knight says knight. Yeah, the knight says knight, so that's the page. So we've got page of swords, and we were just talking about the mental mind and the energies, and the swords are the mind energies. I mean, for us, it's the mind in every cell, in every bacteria that make up the bacterial community, the cell that makes up the cellular community. So therefore, what we eat, and also it's the natural raw foods, fruit and veg, that are the enzymes that help digest our stuff in the body and create that bacteria. It's the prebiotics that feed the bacteria, the prebiotics in whole foods, your nuts, your seeds, your fruits, your vegetables. It's the probiotics, so you may want to look into some probiotics, maybe take some kefir, or buy some, look into some good quality probiotics to diversify your probiotics, and then make sure you're getting your prebiotics to feed those probiotics. And you may even want to do some research into it to understand the postbiotics as well. The postbiotics are the waste product of your bacteria, and it's that whole process of your food decomposing in your compost that creates the nutrients in the soil to start the process again, because it is the it's not death, that's the other one we're getting confused for. It is the death cycle into it's the death cycle. It's the end of one cycle that creates the start of another. The end is the beginning is the end. And she's got a photo on that kite. So she's flying. When you fly a kite, you're enjoying the momentum of the air currents that are going on, and it's really important to enjoy the momentum and ride with the waves of the air currents when you're in the depths of the ocean representing consciousness, the journey of involution to co-consciousness, so that there is this alchemization, temperance energies. We're in the galactic center, 27 degrees, I think it is, of Sagittarius at the moment, where if we're in the galactic center and we hold the cosmos within us, then, and we have all the answers within us, then there's this amazing, profound, there's the quantum entanglement of the journey of each of our individual subjective experiences, where we dance and swim in our own void. We're going into the galactic cosmos, we're going into the galactic center of ourselves within that mirrors outwards, and we'll just be creating these most out there, beautiful, wide, heart vibrational electromagnetic fields. We go to these meditations called the Global Coherence Pulse, or you might heard of the Heart Math Institute, and they can measure the coherence of the pulse of the earth with the and you can measure it of your own individual pulse and coherence as well, and in a group. Changing that patterning again. headstand, when we invert ourselves, we're bringing the oxygen to our brain. You may not be able to do, and it's the hangman again. It's this Neptune keeps coming up, Neptune retrograde, 12, complex stability. It's your 1, your 2, and your 3, and your half. So we tuned with last night, we drank the water and we put the water in our bath. Of all of our tuning forks, the whole of the human organ set, the angels, the planets, the Fibonacci sequence, the Salvagio sequence. So we've really put in the effort to create the energy for today, because dancing with collective energies of Neptune retrograde, of the collective illusion, while navigating our own illusions, if there's anything in us that's resonating with that, which more than likely there's going to be, it's just about how much of it is, we can feel like we're getting lost and overwhelmed, but you're not, because you anchored yourself to your heart. You understand your breath, you understand your heart, breath, body, spirit connection, and it's not about the part, it's about the whole. And it may be that now, rather than being on the floor watching TV in a supported restorative backbend, you're actually being a child again, and you're sitting on the couch and you've slowly wiggled yourself so that your feet are up on the end of the couch and your head's going down on the floor, so that you're in like one of those, getting yourselves in these crazy child positions. And we've got the Tower again, because basically you're going to break something else and you're going to need some more of that gold glue to make something even more beautiful from that break. And you're so glad you broke it, because now look at what it looks like that you've got. Because you've got your conscious awareness, you've got your awareness in your subconscious, not from maybe a prefrontal lobal cortex clarity of the external reality idea of clarity. It's an intuitive subconscious knowing that your conscious mind will catch up with if and when it's meant to, which will bring you to the 6 of Pentacles, where you will be able to get out there and do your shopping with money and change left over to give to the homeless person, or buy the person in front of you on the bus their bus ticket because they don't have the money, without expectation of reward or gratitude. They may be having a bad day and they may not even say thank you, but that's okay, because you're doing it from the kindness of your heart without expectation. It's a pay it forward scenario. It's like the Burning Man festival. It's you go there and it's a bartering system, but you don't do a straight exchange of bartering. There's different camps and different setups, and the people that have been going there regularly and going there for longer, they'll have their whole setup, and the people that haven't, they may come in on a camp and they'll be further out, and there's just anything and everything. So it's not a direct exchange from one to another, but there is an exchange going on. You take accountability for your waste products, all your food waste products you put out on this black tarp, and you let the sun evaporate it, so it takes all the water out, so it just becomes dried, and then you take it off the ground with you. You have enough water. You're prepared for your sandstorms with your goggles and your mask over your mouth. You know, you're going in. You're going into the celebration. You're going into the party of all extremes, between whatever perception, prepared, because you know you're an energetic being manifested into a human form body to experience through the 5 physical senses, and to do that with your Sagittarius 14 moderation, with your 41 self-discipline for your moderation, with your self-discipline, with moderation, using self-discipline 41 to gain moderation. God, I hope this is all making sense. It's kind of making sense to us in the moment, and it's not at the same time, but we're kind of familiar with that feeling, and we're just embracing it, because that's all we can do. We've got to just embrace it and keep doing these. So put these back in. Tito Pomomonata. Okay, you're right, aren't you? We'll have to do that at the end of each axis then. We did Aquarius on the Liffruma card. And they just reminded us that we then didn't do Leo or Taurus on the Liffruma card. So we're going to do Scorpio, and then we'll do the Liffruma axes. Well, we might remember next time, but we'll do all those three together. So we're back down to 6 now. Okay. So we've got the 5 of Pentacles, Achaya, or Akaya. We're so butchering these. The forbearing God, number 7. That's the number of the moment of the year at the moment. Patience reveals secrets of nature, spreads knowledge and industry. And Yesod, root, connection. So we've done this is the last one of the fixed sign, the fixed energies, and we've got the root connection, Yesod. The dark, there is no more darkness within, it's all light within. It's blue skies, you can see the sun or Mars or whatever planetary energy that is, and all that darkness and toxins within is purging outwards. So you still may feel slumped and heavy and have aches and pains, but it's dispersing. The root connection has been made, and you're on the final stages of everything coming out now. So this is Scorpio, isn't it? Scorpio is the pelvis, the groin, the reproductive organs. Doing things where you cross your legs, maybe eagle pose, Garuda pose, and yoga, if you know any yoga, or sitting on your chair, doing like chair yoga with some twists and some crosses to help the purging of those toxins. Let's see what's going to be coming up here. Yeah, because we've got the devil again. That was in the last card. That was in Tauruses. Taurus and Scorpio are on the same axes, so it's going to be feeling like it's quite a challenge to. It's got food in here, but it might not be food. But those unserving habitual patterns which you're wanting to release, there's going to be maybe a bit of bouncing, a bit and to and froing around it all. So as much as possible, if you can create, if it's a sweet craving that you have, if it's smoking, whatever it is, if you can find something that is similar to it but on the healthy version of it, and allow it to happen but balance out. So like if you drink and it's alcohol you're attempting to get rid of, then but it might even be that it feels like it's out of your control, and it's like your best friend and your partners and work colleagues party, and so you're actually always around alcohol, but yet you feel like you're meant to be not drinking alcohol. When you go to them, have a drink, and then in between, so have your drink, and when that drink's over, have a pint of water, and then have another drink. So I doubt you'll drink the same amount as what you normally do if you have a pint of water in between each drink. But not only that, at the same time, you'll be flushing your system out and helping your liver. So you haven't just stopped the drinking, you're still doing it, but you're doing it in a healthier way, and you're being more compassionate with yourself. So the belief system is mega. If you want to look into Bruce Lipton, epigenetics, it's all about belief systems. If you want a book, Dying to Be Me by Anita Moorjani, she, if you believe you're going to get fat by eating chocolate, then you'll get fat. If you believe that you can eat chocolate and not get fat, you won't get fat. Belief systems are big. We were talking about the child positioning before, tapping into that inner child and feeling free, putting yourself in different patterns, tapping into your imagination and creativity of what other form, that is going to help you dance from the darkness into the light. And stuff is the Six of Swords, but stuff that doesn't involve your mind, stuff that involves your body, ironically. Even we would say the root connection. Your psoas muscle holds all fear, trauma, and anxiety. Your psoas muscle are your hip flexors. The first muscle is the psoas major and the psoas minor. The first muscle to wake up as a baby, when the baby starts sitting up, that holds the deepest trauma. So doing some pelvis rocking or some pelvis motion, or blowing up a Swiss ball and sitting on the Swiss ball and bouncing up and down, or doing some figure 8 movements, stuff to shift the energies in the pelvis area. Walking backwards. This is a woman, and it looks like it's 3 men sitting around her. The date on the calendar is the 21st of June. What just happened on the 21st of June? That was 9 days ago. Where were the energies on the 21st of June? Did something happen on the 21st of June that caused any agitation? They all look pretty angry and pretty cross. Well, not all of them actually, but they do look pretty stern. He's taking notes. She looks pretty stern, and he looks okay. He's taking notes. So managing conflict, managing challenging conversations with this newfound emotional maturity, because you're using your breath differently, you're using your body differently, you're not letting the energies build up, and you've come at it with a better baseline. And it brings you into the Queen of Swords then. And that looks almost like a Venus sign up there as well on the calendar. You can't quite see it. I don't think you'll be able to see it with this camera. And this happy conversation. So if you do have friends or people you can chat with, but if you're like us and you don't see people, then spending time, quality time with animals, if you have animals, or spending quality time with yourself, reading or listening to music or dancing, giving yourself a foot massage, pampering yourself. Quality self-nurturing time. Bringing into the Three of Cups energies. And this is a nighttime celebration. There's a fire there again. And it's the full moon. So the Capricorn full moon, the devil is the card of Capricorn. The Capricorn full moon is happening on Monday. So be aware, the energies are going to get intense around devil energies, around maybe addictions, unserving habits. But they're not going to take over, because you've got free will and you've got choice. And you have the power and the ability and the strength to choose wisely, even if that choice is to have the drink or to have the ice cream, because you know you're just going to give yourself a little bit and then you're going to balance it out, as we've been saying. And the mountain's not really going to be that high at all to climb up. So yeah, the fixed energies axis is talking a lot about releasing the old unserving habitual patterns. It's going to feel like a challenge, but it's a fixed energy. Stuff like that is going to feel like a challenge. But utilizing your body and your breath and the power of your compassionate, nurturing, healthy parenting skills, you're gonna ride through it. And it's all going to be, you're preparing yourself for the mutable energies that are coming, the mutable axes that we're about to come into now, which is ready for your nodal shifts of your Aries. No, that's your Cardinal. Of your Neptune retrograde today, which is your Pisces, your Virgo, your Sagittarius, and your Gemini. So we'll do Gemini, Sagittarius. We'll end on Pisces. We're going to actually, no, we'll start with Virgo. No, we'll start with Pisces because we're on Neptune retrograde today to see where the illusions are going on in the murky waters, to attempt to clarify, to attempt to settle the muddy waters. Then embrace the Virgo energies, because Virgo is house 6 and the collective. Pisces is house 12. House 12 is second tier 3. 3 of Wands has been coming up heaps, which is your sun in Capricorn. Capricorn is the devil card that's been coming up with the Capricorn full moons that's happening. Because you've mastered the first tier 3. The water's going to settle, and then Virgo is going to bring in those it's going to be an ironic solidifying of mutable energetics, if that makes sense. So that the solidifying of the mutable energetics, how do we word that better? So your fixed energy is starting to be broken down and discombobulated of the old unserving devil Capricorn energies. Illusions are going to be coming to the service with the Neptune retrograde, but it's going to be initially challenging, but then there's going to be a way to see through them. And those fixed energies that have started to be broken down are going to be strengthened and continue to be discombobulated and broken down with the mutable energies that are about to come with the Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius. Ready to give yourself a very... So the best way we can describe what we're trying to describe is, rather than having a solid surface to stand on, like a concrete floor, you're standing on that bouncy grass type thing. So there's a flexible movement which kind of feels unstable because it's moving about and it's not solid underneath you, but that movable slightly bouncy surface that you're standing on is actually activating your body in a way that you're not used to, loosening things up, preparing you so that there isn't an extreme jump from solid rigidity of fixed energies out of the Taurus Scorpio nodal shifts into the Aries and Libra nodal shifts of the cardinal energies. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. So we're going to put these out ready because we've got them in our hands, and then we're going to do the Leo, the Taurus, and the Scorpio Liffruma of the ones that we missed. Okay, so this is Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius, Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius. And we get in the flow and we forget. So we're going to bring out the Liffruma for those cards, but we're also going to bring out the Liffruma on here as well. So it's already done. So can we have the Liffruma card, please, for Leo, Taurus, Scorpio, and then Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius. Leo, Taurus, Scorpio, Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius. So Leo, so we'll get the Aquarius. So this was Aquarius number 60, thy earthly power. Ah, that was standing out to us earlier. So this is number 10, Nid, shadows and nutrients. This is your Leo. Can you see the skeleton? See the teeth along there? The green is kind of like the skeleton's eye. It's very subtle. The war rune, the fear tune, the battle hymn, the grim song sung too long, the war of one to be one alone. In our shadows, we hold the bloodied ravens fast, whisper a fresh melody in the silence, murder our crows and grow stronger. Poinier's golden key of life. So 10 is karmic completion. We've got 60 and 10. We've got generational numbers there. End of a generation, beginning of a generation. The end is the beginning. So Leo's the heart and the upper back. And of course, we've got the cards away, so I can't really remember the Leo energies. But it's X marks the spot. And if that's the green eye, it's the right eye. And the left X is going into the X is going into the left eye. So it's a circle green in your right eye. Your left is your masculine, your logical, and that rules your right body. And your right is your feminine, your creative, and that rules your left body, except for the eyes. So it switches left to right, right to left, but not in your eyes. Your left eye goes to your left brain, your right eye goes to your right brain, if we're not mistaken. And this is the linear, it's the line. So your left brain is your logical, is your linear, and your right brain is the creative, the circular. So what does that mean? Switch it up. What does that mean? Whisper a fresh melody, humming the trauma and the fear away, so that the war inside doesn't continue, and the distance between the logical and the creative shortens, so that it can make those connections on the neurological pathways through the body. So for instance, what we do, or what one of some of us used to do, and I think which has come up now, and I think we're going to start doing it again, we get a staff, and to stimulate our peripheral nervous system, the staff is a stick. So you could get a broom and take the end off a broom, or you could keep it on and just twiddle it with your fingers. You could do it in front of you, do it above your head, do it behind your back. We also have poi, which are little balls on string. They can be called different things. I think you've got Maoris that dance with them and they call them different. They're circular. So we tend to access the linear with the staff and the circular with the poi. We can't quite access that. So it's something about the movement, something about left and right, brain, body connections, neurological pathway connections, humming and buzzing, in the silence, the pause between the breath, between the retention, shadows, nutrients. Now we'll come back to that one. Might become clearer. Leech, emotional bleed. This is Taurus, 72. The grim harvest seeking balance, profound heart wound bleeding, grief pouring, emotion soaring, tears raining down ceaselessly. Pain after pain after pain, and you can't explain it away. Feel it, bleed it, pour it all out until you and it are almost broken from exhaustion. There's the gold glue coming up. Now, see how clearing pain makes space. The silence, the pause, the humming in the breath, creating the space to feel the pain that then creates the clear space, the clear tubes in the body. for new treasures deeper in your heart, because the more you do that cycle over and over again, the more you get into your deepest heart connection, and the more you get into your deepest heart connection and then accessing your higher selves or self, the purer that channel is going to be, the clearer the data and the information is going to come through, the purer and the clearer the energy you then express out and pass on to other people through your heart electromagnetic field. Your words being the least important is going to be the most compassionate and pure going to create that ripple effect. There's some, it's the Neptune in retrograde. It's deep shadow work, deep the emotional bleed. That's making us think of when you change the oil on a car and you take out all that dirty oil, which is all gluggy, and flush it through and then put your fresh oil in. Our brain needs nutrients. Our brain, we're talking about the left and right brain, our brain needs healthy fats, olive oil, coconut oil, seed oils. They create inflammation. We've been talking about inflammation with the elderflower champagne. Avocados, coconut oils, your seeds, your nuts, healthy fats to oil your joints. When we stayed with the monks in Thailand, twists, do rotations with your neck. See if you can just start up and getting up and doing rotations every morning. We'll have to do this again. Your wrists, your ankles, your knees, your hips, because doing the rotations and moving our joints is a way to lubricate our joints and get the oil back into our joints and into our brain. And we've got the earthly power from Aquarius, where we've got the connection with nature, and we're connecting the nature on the outside and the internal with the whole foods. Because what was coming to us this morning is we've not been able, our wrists and stuff, we've not been able to do our juicing. But I know when we're not able to do certain things like that and we're starting to get more pain, the pain's been our biggest teacher. This morning, we ate them. We cut them up and we ate them. We cut them up ready to juice them, but then we ate them. Whereas normally one of us is just like really resistant to that because of the mess it makes and the stickiness. I think that's the autism. But it's to do with the whole foods. A juiced orange is like orange juice bought in a carton or whatever from a shop. It's full of sugars, but a juiced orange is actually really quite good for you, especially if you keep all the bits in it and loads of the bits, because you're getting that water soluble fiber. And we can drink and we can drink and we can drink and still be dehydrated because we don't have that soluble fiber, that fourth state of matter, which is plasma, the plasma in the body. So you're drinking the water, but you don't have the structural integrity in the body to hold that water and to contain it in a healthy way. Or you might be having the water retention. So there's not quite a symbiotic, harmonious relationship going on between the elemental forces in the body. But when we eat that, so when we were eating it today, though, we were getting, and we were talking about prebiotics earlier, your lemon zest, your zest of all your citrus fruits, all that stuff's really good for prebiotics. So we used to grate that. We haven't done that for a while either. We've still got a bit left in the freezer thinking about it. And then put it in the freezer and then even blend it up in our little blender grinder thing to make it even smaller, to get to the smaller bacteria. Because like if you've got worms in a compost, if you want the compost to decompose quicker, you chop the food up smaller. So if you're eating the whole food, this is what our little ones are telling us anyway. Some of us might have heard it from somewhere. I learned it. I don't know. Consciously, we don't have those connections. But eating the whole food, and I know Buddhist monks, they eat whole foods of everything. It's like whole food. It's not a whole food diet as in the Western conceptualization of. It's a whole food diet as you eat the whole of the plant. You don't like get your broccoli, chop the tree bits off of the broccoli and throw the stem away. You eat the stem as well. And so with the orange, you're eating all the cysty stuff inside as well, whereas when you're juicing it, you don't have all that white skin. But there's something came to us this morning, which is coming back to us now, that is when you eat the whole of the fruit, the whole of the orange with that stuff, there's something in that helps counterbalance the glucose or the sugar release or something. It's better for the body when we eat the whole of the food. There's all the nutrients and the bacteria and the makeup of the food in its whole form is beneficial to the body to create wholeness in the body and a healthy mechanism. We're amazing quantum bioorganic computers. It's biomechanic. There's movements. You need to oil your machinery to keep it healthy. You need to oil this machinery to keep it healthy, and the type of oil and fats we use are important. And machinery, your smelting machinery, we're just going into horseshoes now, whatever it's called when you're smelting down the metal. 17-tier smelt. Proto-god, so old that time has smelted all emotions within. War and fury have been hammered, reformed, made over, recreated, refashioned through the compassion to understand all shadows, all destinies as part of the whole, under the tutelage of terre, all blows, all hammer clangs, and all strikes glow from the flow of love's breath he offers to all life. Wisdom is beauty and compassion, ageless. So that's pretty spectacular. There's been loads coming together there. You almost got like an angel in the background here. You got like the white angel and a dark angel. It almost looks like he's got some kind of form of weaponry, but it could be some form of tool or machinery to do the smelting. Because we've started, so we were talking about the faster vibrational energies coming down, transmuting it, the higher expanded unseen energies, transmuting it down through the body and grounding the energies in, so that rather than having outer body experiences, which aren't good for us with our dissociation and everything anyway, it's more about having the outer body experiences, but having those experiences in the body. And you've got the groundedness in the body, you've brought those energies down, you've navigated through the shadows, been able to do it with challenges, but mostly with ease because of your nutrients, bleeding out the old dirty oil and congestion, replacing it with your fresh new healthy oils, with your new awareness and your new knowledge, so that then the energies can start moving upwards again. Because when you do yoga and when you stand on the ground, it's all Newton's, every force, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. It's one of Newton's laws. And when yoga, when you push your feet down, and we say this with a disconnection because this is how our body doesn't work, because our body is compensated with the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and the fibromyalgia and all the stuff to work in a way that presents a harmonious, working, strong body. That's a complete lie. So that we don't, because that's just, we're not going to get into that now, that's irrelevant. But what we're learning to do now, we're going to buy a rebounder. Well, we're not going to buy it. We've got air miles. Yeah, we're going to put our air miles into nectar points, aren't we? And purchase stuff off Argos or whatever, wherever you can buy stuff with nectar points, so that we're not spending money, and we've got our healthy money management continuing to come into play, to buy a rebounder, which is a mini trampoline, to get that force upwards. So it's talking about that wobbly ground again, that wobbly surface, so that it's putting least effort in but getting a maximum return. So if your body or your mind is exhausted and is tired, it's really hard and challenging to put in what we need to put in to do that self-nurturing to the extent that's needed. But that's what we're saying, you don't need to, less is more. And so when we press our feet into the ground, there's meant to be a feeling of a force going upwards through the body and through the muscles. But we can't tell you more about that because we haven't fully, whichever energies we are in now, we haven't fully experienced that. But we're excited to experience it, and it's coming. So yeah, if you've got anything at all that you can stand on that's wobbly or sit on, that same effect might be really beneficial to you as well. So that's Aquarius, Leo, Taurus, Scorpio. God, we're just not very good at doing this quick, are we? But it was an hour at the start, so we don't want to turn them over yet. So focus, focus, focus. So now we're on Pisces, Virgo, aren't we? Gemini, Sagittarius. Okay, so Pisces. So your guys can go up there. We'll do Pisces, and we're going to do 4 of these from now on now, aren't we? Not 6. Yeah. Okay, we've got the Liffruma cards out, because this is us practicing, learning and growing together in real time. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's turn over all at once. We've had the King of Cups before, and we've had the 9 of Pentacles before. So we've got number 12, Neptune again, the Hanged Man. But it's the Page of Swords. The Page of Swords has come up before again as well. Haya. We can't say any of these, can we, very well? God, the refuge. Refuge governs dreams and reveals mysteries hidden from mortals. Well, that's amazing, because we're on Pisces energies. Pisces rules the feet. Pisces modern ruler is Neptune, a slower moving planet for the collective energies. Modern ruler Jupiter. Jupiter is thighs, hips. Sagittarius thighs, hips, sacrum, liver. Right eye, wisdom. The what is it in that one? The right eye in that one was the circular. So one is gaining, maybe Pisces is very spiritual and more fluid with the water and the emotions. There's wisdom coming through the right eye, the right brain, the creative imagination, the feminine. For us, that is more of the body. So when we embrace and apply our new awareness and our new knowledge apply it through action, we embody the knowledge which creates the wisdom. So that we again get into that Page of Swords, the new way of experiencing our new identities, the new person that we're becoming from the awakenings, from the constant cycles of ever changing awakenings, because our central being, well, we have to look that up. Our central being, is consciousness is the fundamental. Oh, we can hear Zen with a gentle little snore. Energy's been funny with us yesterday morning, but then it got really good in the evening, so our energy's been all over the place. And then we had a great one. Consciousness is fundamental. Consciousness is the ultimate reality of the universe. I can't remember why I want to say that then. So the King of Cups again, with the Pisces energy and the Neptune energy, we're embracing this King of Cups, this maturity of our new emotional awareness and manipulation of the challenging emotions through the breath and the body, and different types of meditation. The 8 of Wands, that brings us to our judgment day, our new judgment, because there is no judgment. It's a self-compassion, it's a unconditional self-love, it's patience, it's making friends with all those challenging emotions, because we can only be compassionate towards someone else. We can only be a YouTuber that doesn't let hate comments affect us if we don't have those residual frequencies in ourselves. If we're a YouTuber moaning about the hate comments and people projecting stuff or saying something, then in a way we feel we're as bad as the commenter, because we're just reacting like the commenter's reacting at a fundamental frequency level. So there isn't judgment. Judgment is replaced with self-compassion, because when we gain self-compassion, the more we understand ourselves, the more we have compassion for others, and there's just no place for judgment to reside. There isn't a God there isn't a God that decides things from a man-made conceptualization that is testing us and doing things and saying you can't do that because you did that, or there's karma, or this, that, the other. There isn't. It's all just energy at the end of the day, and energy wants to incarnate in human form to be able to experience and feel and see and perceive through the senses and through the mind, because energy doesn't have the ability to do that, because one needs the container, one needs the vessel to experience those kind of realities. Ready for another party, another feast, and this time you can see your guests on the horizon. Because all your mysteries have become clear. There aren't, there's the multi-universal and multiversal mysteries. But they're a relief, they're a gratitude, because there isn't this dissonance. There isn't the dissonance that like there used to be, because of the distorted perceptions through the residual trauma frequencies in the body, through the cowboy wiring of the body, from the early childhood traumas, because you're utilizing your breath, and this less is more of sounding and subtly shaking, which is regaining the postural alignment in the body. And when our body has its optimum resonant frequency posture, there isn't misalignment. Therefore, the disorders, ailments, diseases aren't there. 52 Brom, this is the number again. 52 is the number of the magical map shifter. 52 and 25 has come up a lot. Brom is like a broom. We're talking about the broom and doing staff-like actions to get the twisting movements in a linear format, a masculine format, with the peripheral nervous system in both hands. If do it with your non-dominant hand first, if you are going to do it, then your dominant hand, and then your non-dominant hand. And when you start twisting it, that's your instinctual habitual pattern. So just do that initially, and then do the opposite of it first, because that's then how you unwind the habitual patterns in the body unwind the habitual patterns through the body that then have an effect on the mind. So it's unwinding the tension in the mind. So therefore, with the devil energies that are coming up with Capricorn, it makes it easier to have that willpower. And today we are on the will in the Queen of the Oracle moon cards of the phase of the moon today, which is 3 days before the full moon. Tomorrow's focus, Sunday, I think, it's action, and Monday's power. Stocky, tough, green, spiky leaves, knee holly is the besom broom beloved of butchers. Scarlet berries, large as cherries, speak of the scrubbing back of bloodied stains. Troubles travelling from the astral to stalk the living worlds must be scoured away. The harsh sweeping up that begins in dreams must be tackled in life by fully removing its stains. Brush with the prickly bush every corner of every trauma to rid yourself of those wounding remembrances. So yeah, it's just more validation, butcher's broom, scrub, more validation, clarification, affirmations of those final traumas and wounds leaving the body with your new applied knowledge and awareness. It has to be a co-collaboration between you and your subconscious and your superconscious, your past and your future, with your heart, your present, for this to happen. It's not just going to magically happen, although the energies are there for it to feel like it magically happens, because the effort you put in is going to be minimal, but the outcome is going to be momentous or maximum, if that makes sense. I feel like we're losing our words. And therefore, you're free of the Three of Pentacles jumper just coming out there, painting, being artistic, creative. So your paintbrush is the same like a broom, isn't it? So doing things with your finger, knitting, crochet, even writing with a pen. Okay. Save you. You're out. 4. Okay. And this is Virgo. So we're on the mutable energies, remember. Health, fitness, health 6, daily routines. So these are daily practices. These are new daily practices that are going on. Justice, Cealc, 18, the invocable God. Justice makes truth known in court, causes innocence to prevail. So for us, though, it's speaking more of the balance, but the balance of that oscillation, just the balance and the ease that's going to come into life between all your everyday life chores. So if you're like us and have been struggling with house chores and stuff, and then if you get into the garden, the house gets worse, and if you start getting on top of your house, the garden ceases. There's going to be more of a balancing energies going on between all the things that you feel and want, that you feel you need to and that you want to do in life. And it's 11, the master number of certain. No, it's 18 actually in this, but in the traditional Rider-Waite, it's number 11, but they also get mixed between 11 and 8 in the decks. But this is actually 18. And it's the angel of death again. So the angel of death's coming up again with Virgo. Death of the old habitual patterns. So yeah, death of the old illusions with the Neptune retrograde. The new knowledge, utilizing the energies and the force of death and decomposition to really decompose those old toxins in the body. Virgo is the ruler of the abdomen and the intestines. Neptune is the modern ruler of Pisces. Pisces is the opposite axis to Virgo. The intestines that Virgo rules is all about the processing in your intestines, because we're starting to eat our whole foods. We're going to have a better processing of the foods in the body. We're going to have a better digestion, and having a better digestion and processing of the body and utilizing our breath more. The chemical reactions that take place means the information that's coming from our gut brain going up through our circulatory system to our brain through our heart brain, the biggest brain with the most neurons, is going to be more wholesome, more compassionate. There's not going to be so much war and conflict between what's going on down here, because we've accommodated our new healthy diet and daily routines, which still, it still might be like a 78%, 22% type thing. But then that means that the negative thought patterns, the beating ourselves up, isn't going to be there so much, and we might not even notice that that's not the case until it's like, oh wow, things have been easier, I hadn't noticed that. Our willpower is going to be easier, we're going to have more focus and more attention and energy to put into things, because the wheel came up earlier, and it was started. I think we said about the wheel being turned with the baby finger. We're aligning ourselves with the seasons. We've gone from child, maiden, mother, crone, so we're in the season of summer. We've just started the season of summer, so we're in the maiden energies. So we've already done the beginner energies of the daily routines, Virgo energies, balance, and it's that the Three of Pentacles jumped out again. So we're just establishing, we've become more, so since the collective energies of 2020, with everything that went on, for some of us, we've been experiencing life like that for longer. We're on the come down in the aftermath of those energies, but where there's a familiarity with stuff. So being creative in some form or another, being creative that involves the body in some form or another, is going to be really, just really, again, and really helpful to move through. So I feel like we're being kind of repetitive on this, but it's I suppose that's good, because this is the connection of it all. And when we're creative, we're in the mutable energy axes at the moment. So being creative as much as possible from an abstract way. So when we're creative, for instance, we could be creative with music, but we could read music, or we could improvise. So if someone's used to reading music, improvisation is going to be really challenging. But there's something about the abstract and the improvisation of the music or of the creation, rather than the planning. It's about really getting into that right hand side of the brain, really using the body. Because even underneath the Three of Pentacles, we said earlier that we're in the dancing in the realms where 3 is half of 8, not half of 6 anymore. And underneath the Three of Pentacles, what do we have but the 8 of Pentacles, another format of being creative with the hands, making pottery. So there's something to do with the textile and the touching. And we're in the mutable axes. That involves Gemini, which is the hands, the arms and the shoulders, and the lungs and the nervous system. So it's the lungs and the breathing going on again. So any body issues that have been giving grief really have an opportunity to be settling out and not be giving you grief like it has done in the past. And it may be like, for us, if we do go in excess and then eat cheese and meat, especially processed meat, and not very good cheese, and we eat too much of it for too long a period of time, we get serious inflammation and pain going on again, and we can feel it in our teeth, and we feel it just in our hands and our body. I mean, even with the champagne, we had a few glasses on Saturday, and we actually felt a bit tipsy from it, and we felt really quite rough on the Sunday. I mean, if that had actually been man-made, what is man-made? We're a person. If that had actually been like, industrial made alcohol and not like organic and good quality, oh, we would have been so ill. And that's just goes to show. So what's coming to us now is the hypersensitivity. When we go into dancing into these realms and we go deeper into our inner heart, we are getting more sensitive again. And so the illusions that could be coming in from Neptune retrograde is that we feel like we're putting in effort and we feel like we're not getting anywhere because we've still got all this pain, whether it's physical pain, mental pain, emotional pain. But what's actually happening is, how do we describe this? Your awareness is growing. You're getting more sensitive to the subtle energies. So if you're getting more sensitive to the subtle energies, what you're feeling now in a pain concept, had that been if what you're feeling now in a pain wise, whatever body that's happening in, had that been in the previous you probably wouldn't have noticed it, because you weren't so attuned and inept at experiencing those subtle energetics. But because you've become more aware, more sensitized, and you've been purging and detoxifying your body, you're now, you still feel like you're almost feeling the same amount of pain, but you're not. It's different. And so sometimes when we do reflect on ourselves, this can confuse us. So maybe that's going on for you. But this is the Two of Cups card. So it's a choice. It's a choice. It's a union. 2 and 8. 2 and 8 are the bridges from the seen, tangible world into the unseen world. They're both enjoying, this is solitary enjoyment through an act of creativity with the hands, and this is in the picture enjoyment through the companionship of another. But for us, if you we like to include the people that don't necessarily have an other to have this, don't have this companionship with. It's about, like we said, making friends with all aspects of you, having nature be your companionship, having your pets be your companionships, and just being radically accepting of all aspects of you, because when that is the case, there will be parts of you that presents itself to you because they trust you now more, because you're not going to sabotage them, you're not going to criticize them, you're not going to beat them up. So more and more parts of yourselves that are magical and beautiful are just going to be revealed, and you're going to just tap into this bountiful abundance of creative expression that is just going to radiate with the fundamental frequencies of just such pure unconditional love and compassion and peace and calm. And those are the energies that people will get drawn to. Wow, Virgo, that's amazing. Yeah, look at your Virgo in your chart. That's amazing. But we feel really unsettled now. There's been this tension go on in us. So maybe that is amazing and that is awesome, and maybe that's what you wish for and what you dream for, but at the same time it terrifies you. And that's okay, because fear and excitement and joy and anxiety, as we said earlier, without the labels, without the words and the language, it's all just the same energy in a quantifiable, measurable kind of way. You've got a Four of Swords there, and she's looking very jumping out, very relaxed and content, even though there's a bit of mess going on around. And anyone that is a Virgo will know how mess can make you feel. So there's been a relaxing, a detensifying, a relaxing of the tension, a slackening of the tension. So where it's been too tight in places, there's a slackening, and that slack and that release can then go to help, is then spare threads to go help and weave up the areas where there's been holes, like leaky gut syndrome that leaks some of the toxins in the body to cause inflammation and pain. There's a lot more balancing out between the threads, energetic threads in the body, so that there is spare threads to weave and sew and mend and repair the matrix of the body. Oh, on the Liffruma card, it's even right there in front of us, we almost missed it. You're wild ox, untamable, and it's number 2, and you had the Two of Cups as well. So that doubling energy and that mirroring energy that went on with Taurus, which is actually another earth sign, it's the fixed earth sign, whereas Virgo is the mutable earth sign. There's a connection going on there. So Taurus energies was needing lots of support to discombobulate those fixed earthly slow energies, which relates to Virgo and the intestines and the processing, that then has the effect going up to the brain that helps the mental thought patterns. And it's wild ox, which is the Taurus, which is the bull, but it's untamable. So now we're going into like Spanish bullfighting, where you've got the red flag. You're the bull that no one wants to get in and put the red flag up with, because you're so connected and you're so whole now. People get intimidated by confidence, don't they? It doesn't matter if you're not intimidating. It doesn't matter how compassionate or kind you are. If you present yourself in a certain way and there's others around you that are insecure, they'll feel intimidated by you, but that's not your problem. That's their insecurities and their shadows. And by holding your heart space and your presence, the information will go through your electromagnetic field to their electromagnetic field to give them the experiences that they need as and when to embrace those aspects in them, if they ever want to and are ready to. Fleshed from black gold, giant glistening glossy rocks roam verdant valleys, mountains and moors. Savage, wild, majestic horned beasts snort, unattainable, untamable, unconfined by man. The ranger of freedom, the grazer of thoughts, the resilient power to be its own keeper and keep roaming. Self-accountability and self-responsibility. That's what's coming to us there. And those are the cards together so far. So we've come from the reddies, the browns and the reds. The greens in this are just standing out much more. The colours of the runes are the same as well. You've got the pathways coming in. We're navigating our way out. So the deeper heart is the pink. The green is the outer heart. There's this navigating, just this intuitive freedom flow of navigating out into the outer heart again, having managed to flow through the deeper heart. There's 52 and 2. Just naturally and instinctively, because your instinct is your old reptilian brain. It's the wild part of you. But it's now, rather than the instinctual wild part of you that got wired in a way that was reactive and then had these unserving habitual patterns as an adult because of your childhood traumas, it's different now. It's the intuitive, instinctual, reactive side that reacts in a moment that's healthy when it needs to. So you can trust your intuition. If you've not trusted your intuition before, you can start trusting your intuition. Hanged man again, of a handstand, a headstand. So this is Gemini we're on now, which we're talking about, the hands, the arms. So many repeats of cards. So Ace of Wands. Gemini is the rule of the third house in the collective, your siblings, lower learning, traveling in short distances. Not like that, the cramp, the tummo. Sorry. Ace of Wands. Omael, 30, patient God. Yeah, patience comes easy for you now. You know when to be. You know when to be a human being, and you know when to be a human doing. The boredom apparently only happens in people, overactive, busy minds, people that have had kind of like trauma, because there's that agitation in the body. Fertility and multiplicity protects against despair and helps one be patient. That confuses us. We're not even going to go there. But Ace of Wands is the passion, the creation. We were talking about having reached your heart, pure heart-centered passion of flow and creativity, which is fertility, actually. That's what was just happening in Virgo. there's real harmonic alignment with your Virgo, with your mutable energetics, which is wonderful to see after what we were saying with the fixed energies, ready for the new cardinal energies of the Libra Aries axis that's about to come into place. And because it's in the global axes, it's going to have quite an impact on the collective. And if the collective conscious and the collective unconscious is being impacted greatly and it's going to start getting volatile, then that can really affect us if we don't have our own sense of flexible, balanced, strong adaptability in ourselves, resonance, because we know ourselves. If we know what our own shit is, then we can discern between our shit and other shit and the collective shit. And if the collective has frequencies in it and we're reacting to that, we can't dismiss it and say, oh, that's the collective, because that's denial. If we're reacting to something that's happening in the collective, it's because we've got stuff in us that's resonating with that. But and that's, it's not going to be all smooth riding. There's always going to be stuff like that coming in. It's always a journey of doing stuff like this. But the thing is that it's not such a focused journey. And we've got more self-understanding and self-awareness, and we're taking self-accountability and self-responsibility. And so therefore, it's not such a blind, narrow-minded, unsure, need to find someone else for the answers journey. We're able to map our own terrain because we've discovered our own terrain. We've explored it. We've made friends with it. The ups, the downs, the curves, the rounds, the crevices, the cracks, the bumps. And it's Angel of Visions, Remiel. So when we take ourselves to the space between the breath, to the pause, to the retention, to the stillness, when we allow the mud and the water to settle by being comfortable in the liminal space with patience, the creative juices flow, and whatever visions we've had for ourselves start becoming real. Especially when we change our habitual pattern, really oil our brain, nurture our brain, give our brain lots of oxygen, do inversions, even if it's child inversions on the couch, rather than being slobbed out on the couch like this, you turn yourself upside down so your head's on the floor. She's got sacred geometry in the background there. I don't know if you can see it. I'm really impressed with this old phone camera. Short wick. She's got loads of books around her and spells. Look, you've even got Neptune there. Maybe you're indulging too much in esoteric knowledge. If you're flopped out on the couch, exhausted like that, with all of that around you, maybe it's time to release the esoteric knowledge from books and others and to get into nature, have a rest and a sleep in the sunshine. Well, not too much in the sunshine that you get sunburnt, but we used to love sleeping outside. Get some proper rest, get some proper sleep, and get rid of the books and start looking inwards to your own answers within. You've got the cosmos within. And underneath the 8 of Swords, you've actually got the 7 of Swords. 87 is the number of synchronicity. 78 is the number of spiritual career. And when you go into your own answers within, look at that clarity. Look at that organization. We've just come from Virgo energies. Virgo loves things to be tidied and organized and filed. That's something we've been having a lot of challenges with understanding. I think we did a video a couple of years ago, 5 o'clock in the morning. We need to get this out. We don't understand the difference between tidy, organized, sort, file. Oh, beautiful, poor brain. And we've had this again, the Page of Swords. So there's lots of swords energy here. So we've got the Hanged Man, Neptune, water. We're on Gemini. Gemini's air. So there's lots of swords going with the air. Oxygenating your water. So when you're drinking your water or putting your water in your kettle or whatever, oxygenate it. So you can get a glass of water and a glass of water, you pour it between the glasses, an empty glass and a glass of water, pour it between the glasses, and you're filling it with oxygen. That just came to us then. Okay, thank you, Gemini. Tito Pomomai. Our little ones were just saying something about the thumbnail they created this morning. I don't know where the day went today. We felt like we didn't get half the stuff we wanted to get done. But we did. We've done better than we've done before. But then last week, so if we do better each week, next week we'll have the cable, and hopefully the quality will be even better. And we almost forgot the Liffruma cards. The Liffruma card for Gemini, man, myself, humankind. Tito Pomo Tainata. It's 2. So we've got 52 here, 52 of Pisces, 2 with Virgo, 20 with Gemini. So we're really those 2 of Cups energies, the balance between the choice and the union and the harmony and the balance between masculine and feminine, because you've got the curve and then you've got the line at the bottom. 2020 we were talking about earlier, weren't we, like with COVID and the residual energies of the collective conscious and unconscious of that and everything that's happening, and how the changes that are really taking place already to accommodate a lot of things. It's actually really great, lovely to see. That was 2020. 2022 last year. What were you doing in 2002? What were you doing in the year 2000? There might be connections that might not necessarily become clear in your conscious mind, but if you look at it to see what you were doing in 2000, 2002, 2020 and 2022, because this 52 adds up to like your 7, or it breaks down to like your 3. But what's magical about this number, which we were doing the other day because we were in the magical map shifter of 52, the large and the small, is 52. 5 divided by 2 is your 2.5 again. And your 2 divided by 5, I think, works out at 0.4. So you've got that 4 number coming in for the structure of 7, and 7 is a spiritual number. So myself, humankind. So this is what we've been talking about: the self accountability, self responsibility, the wholeness, the journey of involution to co-consciousness. Because when we bring our subconscious to the surface and clear out a tubular body, we become a clear channel that can access our own cosmos from within, because we found our physical center, we found our galactic center within that aligns with the galactic center without of the current energies that we're in, which I think is 27 degrees Sagittarius, which means that's a 7. So we've got 27 here. To be one with yourself. So it's the nowness, it's the presence, it's the oneness, it's the isness. Okay. To be one with yourself. To be one with the space around you as well. To be one, all and everything. To be the symbol of a symbiotic shared expression of self and others. To be a part of a greater whole, solo, yet integral to the shared tribal soul. To be your own starling in the global mermation, cloaking and flocking with feathered inspiration. So it's bringing up what we were talking about again with that creative flow from the heart, from the abstract rather than any logical abstract, the improvisation. Not following the crowd, not following the collective, but being very truly and independently you, with your unique expressions of consciousness and creativity, because that creates the murmuration, that creates the bird flock going at the V point that creates least resistance with the air coming to it. Because to understand the quantum unseen energetics, it's normally complete opposite of what we are used to in the physical, tangible realms. And the only way we're going to truly understand that is through our own unique, authentic, integral expression of the arts, any arts. Art is just passion through the heart in our interpretation. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter if you're a mechanic, a builder, a lawyer, an artist, a writer, a barman. It doesn't matter what you're doing. If you do something through your deepest compassion and love, then it's magical. There's art that flows through it and around it. It's that space again. Oh, we're loving these mutable energies. Okay. We'll put that one there and then it'll be more noticeable. Four. Yeah, it's the last one, isn't it? And then we're going to get on to the cardinal energies, the last four, the last axes. But we're not going to start figuring out that order yet. Let's just focus on Sagittarius, the higher learning, the collective house of 9, the ruled by Jupiter, which is the traditional ruler of Pisces, which is connected because of our Neptune retrograde today, which is the modern ruler of Pisces. Ten of Swords. 17, the marvelous God, revelation, protects from sadness and gives revelations in dreams. That's great. A lot of people tend to have a lot of negative connotations with the Ten of Swords, but that's a really lovely description that goes with that there. And this is like loads of eyes in this here, but I don't know, like when you've got a clockwork or cogs, or I don't know, something that I've seen where you've got lots of spinning balls within spinning balls, and there's this pattern, and it seems all chaotic as it moves round, but then there'll be certain moments where each cycle of each of the turns that are going round on the global sphere all kind of align, and so there'll be different patterns create, I suppose, the order within the chaos. That's what's coming to us there with that. And then you've got Miguel, my precious angel of vengeance. It looks like you've got the dream catcher behind you there. So Sagittarius, we're going into the higher learning. We're going into long distance travel, whether that's long distance travel in a conventional understanding external of us, or whether that's long distance travel deep within ourselves, which we have kind of been doing long distance travels deep within ourselves because it's the journey of involution to co-consciousness. And so we were saying about the perceived vengeance is kind of like, is it vengeance? I'm going to get the book for this again. We've read this morning, I think. Vengeance is the emotion, is a challenging emotion. Is it, we're thinking of revenge. When the time comes, we all call its name. It is ever the instinct in our throat when we seek retribution. We choke on it even as we languish in every syllable. But those who call on Miguel without cause will have harm fall back on them threefold. It is the way of Miguel's sword, cutting in both directions. While we will gird our fragile hearts against being hurt, pain will make its attempts on us by any means necessary. It is in our soul to survive at all costs, even if it means violence. Try to resist the urges of your barbed heart. Sir Miguel knows not forgiveness. Signs: a sword, a thorny branch, and pierced skin. We just had a piercing, popping sound then in some of our intestines. So yeah, there's the Ten of Swords as well, and the traditional Rider-Waite is the corpse pose with all the swords in his back. And we were talking about holes in the matrix and the connective tissue and the fascia, which for us and the collective matrix. So it's, yeah, the more purging and releasing. Connections with Sagittarius, the thighs. Let's see what these cards are saying. Look at that, 3 cards that have come up before. That is just insane how all the cards just keep coming up. But we've got the Lovers. Books, books, books. Utilising books in a new, different way. Not just your conventional start to finish. That automatic where you get drawn to a number and you go to a book and you open the book and find the answer within. The Lovers, the Union. So we've actually, oh my God, yeah, 88. So it's the 8 of Swords and the 8 of Cups, 88 and 66. Abundance and healing. The new house, the new home. The marriage, the partnership, the union. So the dark feelings, there's been revelations from the dark feelings. There's not a need to protect oneself anymore because we've been able to calm ourselves down, because we've just gone from Gemini, the nervous system. We've been able to calm ourselves down. We're able to sleep better. We're able to get messages from our dreams and from alternative ways of utilizing books and methods around us that brings us into the balance and the harmony. 8 and 8, 16, that's 7 again. 6 and 6, that's 12, that's 3. 37, actually the number of time out. Sagittarius is higher learning. So maybe, yeah, just to calm down on the learning. Release that release the conventional way and understanding of doing things. Do things differently. Or maybe you have been doing things differently to how you used to do things. And there's going to be another round of spicing things up and doing them differently. And the card for Sagittarius, whoa, that's beautiful. And that's number 4. Os, God, mouth. Sounds found deep in, we just said about the sound down there in our intestines, didn't we, in the pop? Sounds found deep in every cell, call out, forcing the source of the God voice of the earth's breath to burst and release. Each atom an unhatched cosmic egg of unmatched mystical potential. To rise up is to speak up, to give song to ancestral codes of healing, nestled in all our vessels of the world soul. Gaudir, your best life, reach forward and commune. So that's actually it's talking about cells, but it's actually, if you've ever seen those pictures of deep in your body and the cells, that's what that is actually kind of reminding us of. You've got like whole little kind of almost beautiful, colourful cities going on. You found your God within. You've got like the Fibonacci spiral patterns. If you haven't already, you're going to start getting glimpses of experiencing feelings of what God consciousness feels like. That pure, unconditional love. So we're on the last round now of the fixed energies. Libra, Aries, Capricorn, Cancer. 3434 it was then. 3 hours, 43 minutes, 40 seconds. 33 communication. 34 was Cealc, wasn't it? The unanchoring. 44 environment. 77 spirituality. So is it Libra, Aries, Cancer, Capricorn. We'll leave Capricorn to last. I'm pretty sure Libra is the south node. So we'll do Libra, Aries, Cancer, Capricorn. Ready for the full moon. Okay, we'll just do it from the top this time. Libra, Aries, Cancer, Capricorn. Libra, Aries, Cancer, Capricorn. Libra. Oh, it's a gold one. Aries, Cancer, Capricorn. So Libra. The Tower, Uriel, the fire of God. Disruption warns of disasters, aids in transformation. And Israfel, angel of song. We've got the trumpet there again. Disruption warns of disasters. The trumpet can be a method, a tool to sound alerts. Oh, look at that. Oh no, 3 new cards. There's 1 repeat. 3, 3. 21. So we've got the Tower, Uriel, the fire god, disruption, warns of disasters, aids in transformation. So the Tower's come up in quite a few cards again. But the Libra is the south node, past karmic actions. And that's what we're going to be going in out of Scorpio into Libra on the south node. Israel, angel of song. Music again, listening to music to shift energetics in the body to give a smoother tower journey. Navigating through the Queen of Cups energies. Feeling the emotions, feeling all the feels. If you've got support of loved ones around, connecting with them. This again is support from loved ones, but from a mother to a child, it's the Empress. She's putting a cut on her knee there. Gardening, connecting with nature to shift the emotions. Will help one. Oh, that's 3. 21 is 3 as well. So we've got 3, 3, 3 by the power of 3 by 3. So be it. We're able now. Libra has the balance, and you're able to navigate the collective conscious and the collective unconscious, the volatility of the collective energetics that happen within humanity due to the reactive states of the planetary energies, cosmic energies. and you're able to embrace your emotions and go to your emotions with all the healthy tools that you've used with nature and your support tools of yourself or from others, to embrace the qualities that the world has at play, to feel your happiness walking through the grey crowds, your radiant shining light in day and night. And there's cause for celebration. Cause for celebration, because the journey is the destination, and you've reached the destination of being able to journey in a healthy way. Libra is the ruler of the buttocks and the upper back, in a healthy way through your body, and feel all the feels, and singing your own new song. We might take them off completely for now, because they're kind of in the way, aren't they? There we go. And let's get the card out for Libra. 47. 47 is on the Lucas sequence. The Lucas sequence is another sequence kind of like the Fibonacci. Cosmic patterns seen within nature. It equals 11. The card of justice, your card in the tarot. Leaf. Leaf unfurl. Blueprinted planned buds poke from slender twigs, signaling growth. Known purpose. New dew-drenched beads swell and tremble, assembling and unfolding, superseding winter's icy grief. A fresh unfurling, spring tender green leaf, like all the other awakening leaves. Each is precious and essential to the wholeness of the Yggdrasil tree. The new you. You found the new you. Congratulations. You found the new you, and the energetics that are about to come into play. These new energetics about to come into play with the nodal shifts, with all the retrograde planets. It's going to feel like smooth sailing. Is it smooth sailing? Plain sailing? Well done, Libra. Celebrate! Abundance and fertility on the way. So now we're going into Aries. Aries of the Cardinal. Ruler of the face and the head. Aries, wow. Oh, look at that. The link and the connection between you and Libra, you're on opposite ends, but there's a harmonizing going on. Got the Hanged Man again, keeps coming up in lots of ways, eh? Cealc, 21, the only God. Desire for knowledge protects from liars, evil spells, and bad spirits. We've got that with Keta, the crown, spirituality. Yeah, the balance between the Libra, your Aries, but the Libra Aries axes. We've got a justice here. The night went well. time to relax. It's time to rest and nurture yourself. We've got 11 and 12. We've got 10 there as well. So we've got 10, 11, 12. We've got the consecutive numbers. 10 of Cups. It's just a complete cause for celebration for the symbiotic harmonization relationship that's going on between Libra and Aries. So these nodal shifts that's going to take place these next 18 months for you, Aries, is going to be just really, really, what's the word? Momentous? Magnus? No. Beneficial? No, it's not. Just really, really empowering, really amazing. Like, it's going to be 10 of Cups energies. That mountain is going to feel, there's going to be stuff that you need to learn and things that you need to do, but it's just going to be like a tiny step ladder that you've got to climb up. You're flexible with your working, you know, he's on a laptop there, but he's in nature. You're able to go and work wherever, whenever you want, and be sound on your financial income, free to go out as and when you please, if you please. You've just got a balance between, like, colours wise, if you just look at these colours, those colours are similar. Not looking at the pictures or the numbers, these colours are similar. You've got a balance between your outdoor activities and nature and your spirituality with your practicality and your integration into society and relating. Everything's going to be pretty smooth, plain. Well, that's what we just said for Libra at the end, isn't it? You and Libra. So cardinal energies can normally be quite challenging. Beginner energies, starting energies can normally be quite challenging. But what's coming to us now is it's like these nodal shifts are happening, but they're happening in summer. So there's already been an experience of the Aries energies. You've already been experiencing the cardinal energies from Aries, and we're in Cancer now, which is cardinal energies. And your card is fruit bearing. Yes, plain sailing, abundant. Apple bear, fruit bearing, offerings. 49. We all grow from seeds to shoots to trunks, creating branches, bearing beautiful fruits. It's up to us to heal and prune, ready the room for our offerings. Not every branch is pure, nor every idea worthy of fruiting a thought into a seed, to be passed on and planted. Odin cuts himself down too early. Tor does not repeat his father's path. He walks towards Tor, releasing his ancestral past to blossom, mature, and be his own apple bearer. That's Libra and Aries. Cancer. Capricorn Ophiuchus, and then we're done. So I've only got, this is like 2 more after this. It's longer than we expected, but we were talking about an hour and something in the beginning. That went on. But well done. We've got here again, and we've done it again. We've been consistent. And there's more to this than what we're actually doing like this, we feel. we're having to nurture ourselves now. We're feeling like we're just being repetitive, and that whatever narratives are coming through aren't very interesting, but I'm sure that's just our own talk. Nine of Swords, Hariel, the comforting god, purification, protection from the impurous, religious sentiments, Angel of Visions. So I've had the Angel of Visions again. That's number 15. Four of Wands, Nine of Wands. So look, Nine of Wands, Nine of Wands. 99 is the number of compassion. You've reached compassion. We've reached compassion. Feeling out in the cold and lost and desolate just isn't a narrative anymore. It's all about being in the sun and radiating. Well done, Cancer. Cancer is this stomach, the breasts and the chest area. We've been able to open up our breasts and our heart with our newfound unconditional love. Cause for celebration, lots of oranges and sacral chakra energies there. Really comfortable within the emotions, and whatever emotions come at you from your emotions or other emotions, you don't feel like you need to hide away in your shell. More candle magic and embracing seasonal festivities. Halloween. It's actually specifying Halloween. There might be something around Halloween, 31st of October, that's going to be cause for celebration. We've got sunset in 22 minutes. It's just, the sun, 99 compassion, Angel of Visions. And it's the sun, and it's the Capricorn sun season at the moment. So perfect energies. We don't actually have much to say for this. 25, which was 52, came up early, didn't it? Oak, support. You're feeling fully supported. There may be glimpses of feeling out in the cold coming back, but that will just be through the volatility of the change in the nodal axes, and Neptune going into retrograde today. But all in all, the cardinal energies are just been amazing. All in all, it's just cause for celebration. Your hard work's really paid off. Well done, Cancer. You're feeling supported within yourself. Mighty growth makes stability and strength, yet the oak follows a pathway laid out in the acorn's minute stored codes. Water your seed and sprout. Walk your roots deep within the soil to spread a fungal network throughout the wild wood. Tannin-rich bark purifies. Invoke the magic folk living within this tree. Seek their moral fibre and question your own. They might not support all you thought true. Oranges, yellows, really coming up strongly here. Solar plexus, second chakra. As you're not feeling these amazing celebratory energies at the moment, they're really not far away. 7, 9, 9, 4, 5. So 4 5s are 9s. We've got 9, 9, 9. 19 could be a 9. So you've got double 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. So that's 4 9s. There's completion, the physical it's just major cycles of completion. solar plexus energy, sacral, orange, your emotional body. You're going to be feeling a real sense of lightness come about. Purification, a real sense of purification. Just bringing such clarity and understanding. And just feeling supported, whether it's supported by you and whether it's supported by nature or the cosmos or loved ones around you. But it's not, you don't need that support from someone else. You're able to support yourself. Well, and then Cancer before we do Ophiuchus. Not Cancer, sorry, we've just done Cancer. Capricorn before we do Ophiuchus. We're not quite ready. That was a devil card again, 15 jumping out with the Magician. You're magicking, you know how to utilize all your tools to face the devil energies. The devil just does not have a hold over you at all anymore. Which is, we're coming into Capricorn. Capricorn is the devil now, and the devil energies. The pleasurable, tangible, seen realms, world. Okay. God, Master of the Universe, 10 of Cups, that was flying around then. So here we go, Cancer. What have you got for us before we get on to Ophiuchus to bring it all together? Five of Cups, number 43, God, King and Ruler. Prosperity, destruction of the enemy and deliverance from bondage. Well, that's wonderful. Straight out of those devil Capricorn energies. And Remt, Angel of Time. That's what we were talking about earlier. Well, Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, the Master of Time, the 3D. The cardinal energies are the global axes. So yeah, dreams are coming true. Time management has been mastered. 5 of Cups is the emotions. 5 is change, which brings freedom. There's been a change in the emotions and how one experiences one's emotions and navigates one's emotions. And we've got the Sun again in exactly the same place. We've had the 4 of Pentacles before, and we've had the Hierophant before, and we've got the 10 of Swords. But this is the 10 of Swords. Look at it, it's beautiful. Phoenix rising. The Phoenix is actually about to land on her right hand. You've risen from your deepest, darkest devil energies, ready for prosperity. Dancing into the realms of time mastery, where nothing is actually daunting, even if it initially seems daunting, because you use your breath. Capricorn's the rule of the bones, the skins, the knees, the joints. You can just Magician into from your 4 to your 5, your empty cupboard. You can just fill up again whenever needed with whatever you want. Because you're entering your destination of the sun, radiating your most authentic, integral, beautiful self. Present, gateway, exactly, and weirdness. present gateway, because you've reached presence. You know how to reach that oneness feeling, that nowness, that isness. So God grant me the serenity to change the things I can change, the courage. No, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. You've got your wisdom now. We have all these energies in us, and this journey through the energetics to Capricorn has been absolutely amazing. And you've reached that present gateway portal, number 70. The number of self-growth, emotional maturity. Temple Gate, created by us. Unpick the past threaded traumas, clogging your previous future pathways. Resew the tales of woe entangled around you, stopping you, stepping into the unembroidered now. Look not backwards, nor forwards. The present step is the right step. Willing for and hoping for will not enliven your future. Dreams need current action. So that's what we're talking. We did a whole blurb, didn't we, at the beginning, talking about our channels and the present and the future and the past, and bringing it all to get together into that present gateway, being able to act in the moment and respond and not be reactive. Act and think in the moment and act if needed, and know when to act and not to act, and to be responsive over reactive. The traumas have all been unpicked. They're gone. Bye-bye. From the deepest depths of the bone, and it's inside the bone marrow where your T cells and your immune system and everything can really grow into the new healthy collective you. Whoa. So we're going to do Ophiuchus to bring all of this together, and to having gone into the depths of every nook and cranny and shadow of your body from the astrological perspective, bridging it and uniting it with Liffruma. To finally bring all those, the Ophiuchus, the great healer, the serpent bearer, to sew and weave and stitch and dance the final threads together to create that wholeness and that strong, flexible, balanced postural alignment, so that the Kundalini energy can rise up and through and round and down and do what it needs to do this time. Okay, Ophiuchus cards, please. Ophiuchus, bringing all of the 12 astrological energies together. Okay, there you go. Thank you. So we'll have an Angelarium for Ophiuchus, please. Oh, you got 2. You want 6 of these. Okay. You want to change up, don't you? You want to do that. Ophiuchus. Okay, Ophiuchus. Oops. I'm going to turn that back down there, but you've got 3 Liffruma. Bring it on, Ophiuchus. So we've got the Angel of Sky. You've actually almost got like the wheel of a ship behind his head there. And Bounce, he looks like a real kind of superhero. And what he's got up here is like the Hierophant in the traditional tarot, in his fingers doing that sign. You got your fingers together like that. And the Hierophant is what we call the divine masculine energies. So for us, the divine masculine and divine feminine is the unseen, faster vibrations, and the masculine and feminine are like the 3D, the condensed, slower vibration, the condensed, expansive energy, the slower vibrations. So look at that, you've got blues and reds. You've got like the sky god and the angel of flame. So angel of sky and the angel of flame. It's like that's like air and fire almost. Sahacriel and Uriel. So action, passion, momentum. There's going to be a lot of fast energy coming your way, Capricorn. And you're going to be able to navigate it with balance and poise. 2 of Pentacles, 56, God who supports the universe. Fortune and fame fulfills any request. So these faster moving energies that are happening, that are coming along, we want to do this. You're going to have no trouble balancing them, and the energies that they bring and how you navigate and use those energies can bring you, it says fortune and fame, bring you recognition in your hometown, bring you recognition in your village, bring you recognition in your field of work. Let's see. 7 of Swords, the Star. It's actually called the Stars. There's an S on the end. Your card. 3 of Swords. So your card, the Devil. 8 of Pentacles and the 2 of Cups. So we've got another 2 there. So this fame and fortune and recognition within your field of work or your community or your friendship group. There's been, you're getting really organized and focused. Still being able, you're shining your light and radiating your energy outwards, which gives other people support. In this like childish, innocent way. It's kids playing in a play pool. Your energies, I mean, this doesn't resemble or represent the devil cards of addiction or indulgence or anything like this. It's just you're at home. You're at home in your energies. You're at home in your body. There's a feeling and a sense of calmness, of peace. You've reached your destination home to your heart. The 3 of Swords energy, the stress and the confusion and not knowing what to do is non-existence now. You have your structure, you have your organization, you have your fame and fortune in whichever way, whichever narrative that's presenting for you in the moment, because you have this, you have the air fueling the flame, you have your sky and your flame, you have your air and fire energies balanced to create to Eight of Pentacles, to work your destiny, to create, to do whatever it is you do with ease and enjoyment, so it doesn't feel like work. That's reaching your fame and your fortune with however it is. And it's God who supports the universe, Two of Pentacles, but you've got the Two of Cups here. So normally we do tend to turn everything inwards, but Capricorn, I feel like you're going to be either meeting someone new that's very special in your life. Doesn't need to be a romantic partner, but you're going to be meeting someone new, but it could be a romantic partner. Or you're going to be feeling fully whole in yourself, just like no man's business. But I feel like there's a special connection coming in, or a special connection growing even stronger. Because you rule the Capricorns, the bones, the skins, the knees. There's this deeper in, just from the depths of you to the surface level of you. The Libra, no, the transition that's going on with the nodal axes from Taurus and Scorpio into Aries and Libra, because it's on your axes, could potentially be disruptive, but I don't feel you're going to be disrupted by this at all. Your structural integrity of your life and your routine and your stability isn't even really going to get stirred up that much by Neptune retrograde that's happening today. You'll feel the energies maybe, but I don't think there's going to be much turmoil. You're very stable within yourself and within your energies. 63, 23 and 42. 9 and 6 here. 5 change. That 23 and 32 is coming up a lot. Offer lagu. Embraced, mirrored. Our words and speech is gone. Legacy, original birthright. And candle day star. So you got the word star coming up there again, the fame and the fortune and the star, whether it's your just community, family, friends, or something like this on YouTube, or writing a book or piece of artwork. Stuff's really going to start taking off for you. So we want to say your house, look at your houses 6, 5 and 9. So this is Ophiuchus. Sorry, we've been saying Capricorn, haven't we? But this is Ophiuchus. Okay, so apologies. Everything that we said then applies. Just take out Capricorn and put in Ophiuchus. So your houses 6, 5 and 9. Here we've got 6, 7, 8. And we've got another 8. And your 2, 3. So you've got 23 there. The overall energetics, or Ophiuchus, bringing all of the astrological energies together, is just pure empowerment. God who supports the universe, fortune and fame, fulfills any request. Whatever you put your mind to, because there's been navigation, acceptance, experience, practice, harmonization between all the energetics in your natal chart, there's this fluidity that just can navigate any vessel. Let's read the poems. Surf the highest ocean. When we were talking about surfing right at the start, weren't we, with the ocean of consciousness? Surf the highest oceanic cosmic crest, dancing and breaking at the feet of the Alvin ring. A gift so rare, a mantle to wear, that bears supernatural celestial secrets breathed into your being by Niagara. Niagara, the dragon form the gods use to witness your soul. When you mirror an aspect of their now flawless light, they may, just may, allow you to channel an Ophiuchus just for you, something special. So when you navigate all the energetics of your natal chart with intimacy in your own unique way, this will be the outcome. Cealc, legacy, original birthright. What defines you? Your family, their possessions, all they leave to you through inheritance. Is that estate fated to define you from birth, written into your body codes? Or will you seek your original birthright, move past all that falsely defines you, and find the full truth of thyself? What frequency is the true you? Claim that. This is the true you. So you've got the star 17, which is your night star, but your night star, the star that represents, is actually in the daytime playing in the paddling pool with your healthy aspects of all yourselves into Candle, the day star. Candle and Condor, Hod and Baldir, the micro, the macro, two locks on one door, two flames, not the same, but lit from one match. The mortal lighted in Midgard burns as a candle here, yet blazes, where have we gone? So, yet blazes immortal as ether there. We guard our delicate light from being blown out again and again and again. No, you are eternally ignited. 2 alving keys are required to unlock the door back to there. Trust your flickering wick. Hold your flame, hail and sure. Powerful. That's really powerful. Or, as we like to say, really empowering. Really empowering. So we're going to get all these. So it's interesting we've got the 3 here because we did them in 3 axes, didn't we? Of the fixed, the cardinal. So this was Capricorn, Cancer, Aries and Libra. Libra, Aries, Cancer, Capricorn, and Ophiuchus. Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius, Ophiuchus. That's your mutable. Your cardinal, your mutable, and your fixed. Aquarius. Oh, we did that back to front, didn't we? Because that came first. We just realised that. So Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius. It goes like that, I'm pretty sure. Then we're almost done. So Aquarius, Leo, Taurus, Scorpio. So that's what it looks like. Seeing if we can get it lined up in the camera. That a bit straighter. So that's all of it together. I can't do much about the glare. Can do that if that helps. We wish the glare wasn't there. We find it easier to look up there in the camera and see what it looks like. You've got the bubbles here. We don't see this now overwhelms us a bit. We don't know really how to bring it together in a format like this, and I don't know, communicate in words. We get a bit lost and a bit stunted and a bit overwhelmed. There's just so much information. But in your fixed, you've got you start off with your darks and you go into your reds. And then there's like this beautiful, just this beautiful, more of a beautiful, harmonic, defined patterning and balance of colours. You've got your reds and you've got your reds and your greens here, but then it goes into a more stable greens. This is in your mutable. Then almost off into kind of a mystical feeling, into just fantasy land, and then brought back down to earth after you've just explored your fantasy realms and your dreams. You know which dreams you want to hold on to and which ones are yours to balance and bring into physical manifestation, tangible form. And here we go from like a green wispy into purples and pinks and sparks. It's like these sparks here. You've jumped into the purple ones of these blue sparks down here, these purpley sparks down here. But there's no actual purple there. You've got your orange and your green, your yellow, but there's purple somewhere, and you've jumped into the purpley ones. Then come back out into the sparks again of the greens and the reds and the orange, but rather than it being a whispery and a blurry, there's more pronounced tone. Back into the mystical realms of like the sea, the presence gateways of the sea. The present gateway of the sea, it's reminding me of like a submarine hub face thing, or even like a round mask that not aliens, that astronauts wear. And again, so that's Neptune energies, the space of water and presence of the depths into your day star, into reality. So yeah, the axis shift, the nodal axis shifts, the Neptune retrograde, the connections that you have with your body, the tools that you use, and not just the whole foods and eating whole foods for nutrition and diet, but eating the whole of the food to get all the different chemical compounds that work together to facilitate the body. I'd say that there's a fantastic journeying the next 18 months of these nodal of Aries and Libra. I'm not sure the cycle of Neptune retrograde. It's not a short, it's a longer one. So Neptune retrograde probably a few months. Well, it happens every year. Something coming up about the Neptune. So over this next 18 months of the nodal Aries Libra, it's been 18 years apparently since the last time Libra and Aries was in this. So this Neptune retrograde is like a playground for the next Neptune retrograde within this 18-month cycle. That's just going to bring you your fame and your fortune and your physical manifestation of your wishes. That's the best we can do with that. That's us done. 4:33:25. We hope you enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. And we will dance with our timing and our time management. It's exactly a similar amount of time. Pretty sure it was about 4.5 hours for our one last week, but we would prefer to get it down to around 2 hours. Which, if we cut out all that talking at the beginning, we'll be able to manage. But as I say, this is a healing journey of many layers and things, and I think there's so much more going on than what we actually realize is going on. So we're going to put, so we're going to say bye, thank you, and we're just going to leave you with a bit of music and the banner at the bottom, so you've got the information. We'll probably do that one. We'll do them both, and we'll put it on pink. We'll take off actually that banner, and we're going to do, not that one. And we're going to put on the video and then a bit of music to see you out. Okay? Thank you for joining us. "34. Cealc. Mortar. Anchored. Chalky seams of ancient marine creatures transported over eons as immovable memories of moments that are no more. Extraneous yet present, evidencing times gone, lives past, moments fallen. Here and now, dig out the decrepit blocks, dislodge the bricks that should have been displaced long ago. Recalibrate the calcium carbonate, cleave and cleft to recast and recreate. Celebrate life unconstructed,